So
earlier I was asking you. I think you had some connection problem. I was told you said to Sekou, you told Sekou
I told him
to
go back
to Africa.
Yeah, that's what I said, and I'm gonna say it
Well,
again. Take your ass back to Africa.
But why would you say something like that,
Because now, Smash say, you know you can't say that. The truth is, Sekou is directly from Africa. So if a nigga say, nigga, go back to Baltimore, it's really not disrespectful.
Okay, so Sekou, let me curse you out respectfully.
Yeah, cut me out, Reggie. I'm listening to the hypocrisy because I am wondering where you.
I'm gonna curse you out.
Cut me out. I'm listening.
Okay. You have no standing. In our communities. You're an outsider. You have no standing. You're an outsider. Now, what you are doing is you are a new.
What is your community that I don't have no standing in?
African American.
Oh, Reggie. Garfield is not an African American. Garfield
is an African American. Garfield is an African American.
Sanetta is a Dominican.
They African Americans.
We African Americans.
What is wrong with you?
Let me finish. I don't want to curse him out politely.
No, because you are wrong.
You have no standing in our community.
Garfield an African American?
You're not
Garfield African American?
African struggle.
Is Sanetta African American?
Yes.
You're not part of the African struggle in the Americas. Now,
you want to bring discrimination. It's embarrassing that you've been an
Come on, man. You gonna interrupt, man? Come on, man. Now it's gonna look like this is why every time I put him in the chat or Shaka and Dougal, because they always talk and don't want people to respond. I don't know how they do that.
But I said I have the floor.
Go ahead,
now,
Reggie.
I don't know how long you've been studying Shekan Tadia. I don't even know if you've heard his voice personally. I don't know if you've ever met Theophilo Benga. Talk to Theophilo Benga. Now, if my community has some questions and I'm a part of that community, I can answer it. Now, there are people who it takes them some time to gather some information. So if Sheffrin wants to say what he has to say, well, we can continue the dialogue with Sheffrin. But don't you ever criticize me for not responding like I'm a crazy convert every time somebody says something about Sheikh Anta Diop or any of these people, right? You know why? Because I have a proven 33 years in this, right? And you have, I don't know what your standing is. I don't know what university you went with. I don't even know who your elders are. I don't even know how long, you've told me recently how long you were a Muslim and how long you're not, but that doesn't mean that you haven't studied the culture. Well, I'm going to ask you now, how long have you studied Nile Valley culture? How long?
Reggie, I think you are leading the conversation somewhere else. What you started with no, this is not about me. The discussion was about no standing.
I'm going to put it on you because I want to know your standing.
You say I have no standing to talk about African American community. No, I want to understand what you mean by
information. No, you have no standing. You go and talk to your people. I talk to my people, right? You don't talk to my
people. Your people? Is Garfield African American?
Why you keep calling my name, man? Garfield
is because I'm speaking. This is Garfield.
Garfield is Heathcliff's cousin, man.
Garfield is the African in the Americas. It don't matter where the goddamn slave ship
man. What are you talking about?
I could have been dropped off in Jamaica.
Reggie, this is embarrassing. Don't do this, Reggie.
You're talking to our experience.
It
You're
must
nobody.
not be
heard. Telling me, okay, cool. You're nobody. You're zero. You got no standing except for YouTube. What scholar knows you? What scholar do you talk to? What university you went to? You got no standing. Stand down. And I ask you, how long you been studying this? Have you been to Egypt? Do you know the Medu Neter?
Oh my goodness.
But I want that soundbite that you said, Reggie. My goal is to take down Kemet or to bang on Kemet. You said to bang on Kemet.
No,
and that's what you're doing here. You are now joining on with our enemy. And when I say, let me finish. When I say enemy, I'm talking about the enemy of knowledge or information. All because you hate Jabari, brother, and you don't care. You saying you going up against a Kemetic brother just for the simple fact that you hate our brother Jabari. And when you look at what they did, when they did that thing, let me finish. When they did that joint the other day in the debate, what did Quanah came in and said? What did our brother Yara said? No, I'm not going against my brother. I'm not going against no other Israelite brother. And I respect them for that. I'm not mad at Yara for that. We got to learn how to do the same damn thing, man. You know, them brothers, they got a unity that they will stick together. They not gonna throw one of their brothers under the bus because they have a little differences with them to us. And that's the shit that we gotta get to, man. We got too much soft goddamn skin over here. Damn.
Saneda, I have that stuff you were looking for. I can play it now if you put my screen. It's only a few seconds long. Yes, okay, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna mute.
T-Shocker.
I just wanted to address it, but let me just play. It's only 36 seconds long.
Go ahead.
Yep.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Kemetics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in a primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in a period. You're making the bullshit up.
Damn, Reg, that's hard right there. You can't get around that. But go ahead, Reggie. I'm gonna let you go. Wow.
Woo.
Reggie is muted. You're muted, Reggie. We can't hear you.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up something. So, see, there's something that you have to understand, Saneda. Saneda, the ancient Egyptians in a text said that he is the one who makes his own gods in a language that can't be erased. The ancient Egyptians made their own gods for their purposes.
And now today, it is so sad that I have to say Dr. Ben is now rolling over in his grave. Dr. Ben is now looking up, looking down or looking around, wherever, at one of his top students. And he is now saying, what happened to you, my brother? You were supposed to carry on the torch. Now you're going against the greatness of my teachings, of what I taught you? I think it was the time when my brother Dr. Reggie committed treason when Sarah Sutan said he was going up against Nasi Yashavel. And I should have seen it then when Dr. Reggie secretly went behind all of our backs and gave Nasi Yashavel, a Hebrew Israelite, the antidote, the information that can try to kill Sarah Sutan Seti when Seti was defending Dr. Ben, defending Kemet, defending African culture, but Reggie went and gave Nasi Yashavel information against us. I didn't see it then. I couldn't believe it. I said, no, that's not my brother Reggie. He ain't do that. And then I heard Reggie one day admitted it. And I was so hurt, man. I just couldn't believe it, man. That's when Reggie failed. He have no longer become the backbone of Kemet. He have no longer become the strength of Kemet. And I just got to say, man, I just feel sorry for my brother.
Then, now, Sanetta, I join people with information. I don't join people because of personalities. So I do stick together with Africans and people and people who do comedic stuff. But I stick together with people who are truthful in their approach, not people
You don't stick with Africans. You told Sekou that he has no standing, that he should talk to his people, and you talk to your people. You don't stick with Africans.
Yeah, because Sekou is not an African from American. He has a different he has a different point of view. So he can't speak for African Americans. That's why I told him that. He has no bearing in my community.
That's so divisive what you just said. It's like Willie Lynch type of mentality.
Yeah,
because he's not African American, he cannot talk about issues that affect African Americans. You guys can talk about the issues that affect Africa, but we cannot talk about the issues that affect people in America. That doesn't make sense to me.
It does if you think about it. It does. He's coming into
did you tell that to Cheikh Anta Diop?
Did I tell that to Cheikh Anta Diop? Where's Cheikh Anta Diop talking about African Americans? Where's he talking about African Americans?
Theophilo Benga, he went to America. He lectured in America. Yeah, actually, he was acquainted with many of the greats that you like to talk all the time.
Out points. These are people that have you ever met Theophilo Benga?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but I'm not acquainted with him.
Well, you seen him on YouTube?
But brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms, so you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with.
Well,
it doesn't hold any bearing with your scholarship.
Listen, I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nicknamed you Butler.
So Sarnetta, so you allow this person to talk about. I carry Sarnetta's bags and suitcases.
So you are Butler for Sarnetta as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
when Sarnetta called you the B word, you did not object. You don't have any background.
You know why? You know why? Because Sarnetta is my brother. We can talk behind the scenes.
No, he was public.
All right, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's get back to the knowledge, man.
On Sekou Keller as to whether or not he can talk about what's going on in the African American community. He can have an opinion. He can have an opinion. He doesn't even live in America. He lives in Canada right now.
I don't live in America either.
Shock. This mutual mic when you can say it to yourself, but you're gonna get back in.
No, but I mean, Sarnetta, this guy Reggie's here saying if you don't live in America, you cannot talk about the issues affecting African Americans. I mean, is this what I came in for?
Yeah.
Theophilo Benga is not from America. Everybody listen to him. He's a scholar. He's a PhD. Cheikh Anta Diop, we listen to him. We respect him. He's a scholar. He's a PhD. So why would somebody tell Sekou, well, you don't even live? Why do I have to? And that's strange. Oh, okay. It's that cam. All right, okay. Hotep Senuhena Senuti Tiren Ishakanugu Kemed. I hope you're doing well. Let me check the sound first of all. I was testing that stuff that I bought, to basically show books. And I did not think that it would just stop the intro. I wasn't going to play the full extended intro. As a matter of fact, hold on. I think you cannot talk about it, and that's why I interjected. I don't live in America, but I am on this platform. Go ahead.
So it depends on what he is talking about. If he's talking about all African people, that's fine. If he's talking about some dispute that we're having in our own community, then he's an outsider in the dispute. when I challenge you to see where Dr. Shekanta Diop is specifically talking about African Americans, except for to be educated. So what I'm just trying to do is
Reggie, I agree. I agree with Brother Shaka, because we black people here in America, we talk about every goddamn body. We talk about every country. We talk about every city. We talk about everybody. I believe that if my
sticking with me,
I believe I'm sticking with information, brother. Hold on, stop, brother. I'm sticking with the information and what's real. I believe that if Sekou know about what's going on in America, he should speak on it. He been here long enough, Reggie. You don't think he been here long enough to see what's going on? You think he just, it don't matter, brother. You speak on people in Canada. Remember them goddamn silly ass so-called Moors up there? And we was banging on them Moors that's in Canada?
I was speaking on the information about what they was bringing. We weren't speaking about our communities.
Nah, it don't matter, Reggie. That sound like white people. That sound like the Hebrews sometime, or white people trying to stop us from trying to interact with other people. Like we said, like we already said like what they call that when you talking to somebody? Damn, what they call that shit, y'all? Help me out.
I would tell you, but you tell me to be quiet, so I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, so be your ass quiet then.
Check this out. Reggie talks about Kemet.
Stereotype. We sound just like them when we begin to stereotype people.
Reggie talks about Kemet. He's not from Kemet. He talks about Nubia. He's not from Nubia. That's all good.
I'm talking about the information,
Sekou is talking about the information as well. And you know the example of the double standard. Reggie is such a fence rider. Reggie kept talking about the Shekanta Diop thing in the museum in New York. So now it suits him, and he says, yeah, and he also claimed that he's in contact with some people with the museums, but it doesn't make any difference to me. But it's all good to say, yeah, Shekanta Diop, they're talking about him in the New York Museum. But then when an African speaks about issues that affect black people worldwide, including in America, we're supposed to tell him.
But see, there you go again. See, I'm talking about it, and one thing is to talk about information, and one thing is to talk about politics. So when we're talking about information, right? And that's what I thought we was talking about, right? I can talk about information, right? Now, if you want to make it personal to people. No, I'm not. And so you make these things about offense.
So Sekou cannot talk about the politics of America?
No, we were talking about information.
No, but Sekou, what is it that he cannot talk about when it comes to African
Americans?
He
can. I think that it would not serve him to talk about. Lots of times Sekou comes on and he supports Brother Jabari, right?
That's your issue. That's what you should say. You should say, I hate on Sekou because I hate on Jabari, and he defends him.
No, see, you're adding. Don't you,
brother? Listen to yourself. First, you say he has no bearing. He should talk to his people, and now you just told the truth. You just betrayed yourself. That's because he's defending Jabari.
No, that's.
All right, let me see if there's sound this time. 1 2 1 2. Why I don't hear anything? Okay, let me see on the phone. Oh, let me see on the phone if I can hear something. I have to wait 3 seconds for the ad. 1 2 1 2. I have to wait 3 seconds. I heard it on the phone, which is good. So it means that you can hear me, but I don't hear the sound on my end, which is strange. Okay. I have to go to my settings. No. And now, okay, I can hear myself. That's beautiful. So it means you heard me earlier, but once again, Hotep Senuhena Senuti Tiren Ishakanubu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Okay, the title of this video is, or this live stream actually, Hieroglyphic Medu Neter. Questions and answers. Feel free to ask whatever you want. There's no such thing as a silly question. I'm going to move to the chat and greet the people who are already there. For those who don't know, I have shared the link to become a supporter of the channel because only supporters can participate in the chat. For those who don't know, it is $3 a month, which is $36 a year. You can cancel at any time, and I don't know any of your personal information. I have also shared the invite link to get on the panel. Now we have Andrea Brunet in the place to be. Actually, before I move to the comments, JJ7000 is out of jail, and what's strange is that he stated on Chris MVP Harris live stream this morning that he read the Misnomer Book of the Dead, which is really the book of coming forth by day, the Beret M. Heru. And I find it amazing that out of all the books he could have read in Giselle, he ended up reading the Beret M. Heru. I don't know if he really read it. Maybe he was just joking, but he sounded serious with it. And I'm thinking about the movie Malcolm X. For those who have seen it, that beautiful movie by Spike Lee. I know our members don't like that movie because it shows that Elijah Muhammad had children with his secretaries, not his wives. And this is the truth. This was the truth. And they have lied on Malcolm. Farrakhan lied on Malcolm in front of the world. In that video called 28 Years Later, what happened when he presented those ladies as wives? Those ladies filed a paternity suit against Elijah Muhammad. At least one of them was put in isolation for adultery. Who's going to be charged with adultery if they are married? And furthermore, for those who don't know, on the Nation of Islam's own newspaper, it says that there's a minister of the Nation of Islam who labeled those women, who refer to them as prostitutes. But you know what? We have time, so I'm going to show it. I've shown it before. I've mentioned it before. I did not show it each and every time, but this is what we're going to do. Okay. So I will even give you the link so you don't have to look for it. But for those who wonder, that's my website. All you have to do is to go there, Nation of Islam, teaching, blah, blah, blah. And you scroll to the bottom here. So let me share the link in the chat. Coincidence is that this newspaper called Muhammad Speaks, which is Nation of Islam's official newspaper, now it is called the final. It is titled The Final Call, but it was Muhammad Speaks then. I heard it was an idea of Malcolm X, by the way, but the date is September 11, easy to remember, and that's 1964. Now, this is the minister of the Nation of Islam, Isaiah Karim, if I'm not mistaken. There it is, Minister Isaiah Karim. In the Nation of Islam's own newspaper, this is what he said. You see here? Right in the middle of your screen, brothers and sisters. And those two prostitutes who accused the messenger of getting babies should hang their heads in shame for the rest of their lives for putting out such lies on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. There it is. Then he goes on to say that the messenger has been ill for the last 2 or 3 years, sometimes too weak to get out of bed, and yet they accuse him. So some people say you can't turn a HOE into a housewife, and you surely cannot turn a prostitute into a wife. but they have lied in front of the world. They have lied on Malcolm when he was dead. I hear some people say, well, if you speak on somebody, the person has to be there. Malcolm X wasn't there. People always have talking points when it suits them. But anyway, all of this to say that in the movie there was a scene where Malcolm X is in jail. He's in prison actually, and he writes to Elijah Muhammad. It might be the part where he says that he tells Elijah Muhammad that he wrote to so many people, even the governor somewhere or senator, so somebody that's a politician, telling the truth about the doctrine. But there's one scene when Elijah Muhammad says to his assistant, I think the brother is coming along. And that's how I picture JJ 7000. What made him, out of all books, read the Beret Emheru? Now, for those who don't know, brothers and sisters, I don't recommend that you read the Book of Come Forth by Day, Misnomer Book of the Dead. Go for the Maxims of Ptahhotep. For the French speakers out there, you have this book, which is great because, once again, we have the hieroglyphic transcript at the end. See, you just have the text first, right? The Maxims, but at the end, you have not only the hieroglyphic transcript, but you have the transliteration. Well, actually, you know what? I have that stuff. So that's the book here. And at the end, do I have the light on? See, you have the hieroglyphic transcript, you have the transliteration, and you have the translation. Now, you do have the English translation, and I think that it was a bit difficult for the translator. Now you can see the decoration of baby girl. My daughter is very creative. She's ripping off book covers. She has a sense of decoration, which sounds more like destruction. She might have a Sekhmet spirit. But anyway, the translator in English might have figured, okay, well, this is too difficult for me, and just skipped the transliteration. But we do have in the back the hieroglyphic transcript and along with the translation. But that's at the end, Otherwise, you just have the Maxims as well. All right. So it's available online. The Maxims of Ptahhotep or the Wisdom of Ptahhotep. I really recommend that you get that one. I mean, that you read it. I mean, once again, you don't even have to buy it. I had a class earlier with a sister. She has already said that she's taking classes in the chat. And I was telling her about some people, telling me that I shouldn't charge for the class, for the Medu Neter class. Sometimes people don't value what black people do. When people go and buy designer clothes and anything that they don't ask for anything for free, and they don't even ask for any discount at all. But when it's black people, unfortunately, we tend to ask some discounts and blah blah blah. But anyway, let me go through the comments now. We have Andrea Brunet, who wrote, hi Shaka and chat fam. Peace to you, Andrea. We have Storm, who wrote, peace, Hotep. Donnie Williams, put that fist up. Jackie Lacey wrote, happy Friday, brother. They put a hater video on TikTok about sex. I'm glad you say that because I saw a short. For those who don't know what a short is, it's really like TikTok, but on YouTube. And it was actually on Saneta's studios. And I left a comment. But for strange reason, when you go on YouTube, you don't seem to be able to see the shorts. Because I would have shown it to you and I would have shown the comment that I have left. If somebody knows how to look at the shorts of a YouTube channel, then please tell me how to do that. Now, when you go to shorts, you have search. And then when I put another studios, hold on. Well, it looks like it's a common search. It's a shame. So probably that short which was uploaded on the on YouTube, probably it is I'm sorry, I was distracted by a video. Probably it is on TikTok, and there's a voiceover that says, that person, is wrong, blah blah blah, and it mentions FBA. It's kind of like a robotic voice. A lot of people make statements they don't even have the heart, the courage to even show their face to make those statements. So the FBA people apparently are trying to, go at Sekou unjustifiably, because once again, Sekou stated that even in Africa, we don't have power. He mentioned, and I'm repeating myself, but there's nothing wrong with that, because in the church, in the mosque, in the synagogue, people repeat stuff that they have said for years. And he stated that there are military bases, American military bases in some African countries. And when U.S. soldiers commit a crime abroad, the indigenous, not the indigenous, sorry, the sovereign country cannot charge them or put them on trial. It has to be done by the American government. Now, you cannot do that in America. To my knowledge, there's no foreign military base in America where if somebody commits a crime, then the American government, the United States of America, cannot charge the person or put the person on trial, And when it comes to economy, Sekou stated clearly that the wealth of a few is not representative of the overall people who are impoverished, who are in poverty. And as a matter of fact, you heard about Khalid Abdul Mohammed. You must have heard about the new Black Panther Party. Now, a lot of you just seen the stuff online. With that stuff we heard earlier when Reggie asked, have you ever met Dr. Theophile Benga? And I said quickly, I've seen him. Actually, seen him at a conference. I've seen him in person, and I've seen Malik Zulu Shabazz in person when he came to London, England, and he was with the representative in England, Huey Rose, I think his name was. And one thing that they usually say, and I'm sure we'll have some tape of Khalid Abdul Muhammad saying it, that everywhere you go, the whites are at the top and the blacks at the bottom. If it's Christianity, the white Christian is at the top and the black Christian is at the bottom. If it's Islam, the white Muslim is at the top and the black Muslim is at the bottom. And so on. But who said, we said we're at the bottom? He said we are poor. I mean, I'm sure we'll have some tape of Khalid Abdul Muhammad talking about, the economic situation, about poverty, and maybe Farrakhan as well, because that's what you have to do nowadays. You notice they were saying, Jabari spoke to a mommy. Now we established it was a lie. Then they're like, Jabari heard a voice. Well, I've shown that Elijah Muhammad said that he was hearing voices for years. And I've shown Farrakhan, who had a vision and heard the voice of Elijah Muhammad. I mean, Farrakhan is like more movie type of stuff, with the light, the beam light, and he went inside of a mother wheel, and they haven't spoke yet because now it's too much. So ultimately, somebody might come up across a video excerpt of Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, of Khalid Abdul Muhammad saying that we are poor, we are in poverty, and then they will shut the F up because they are weak. The reality is that they dislike Africans. They don't respect Africans. They feel like Africans are inferior. And if an African says something that's inconvenient, they will use the nationality card. In their mind, they're like, the nerve of him, this African telling me something. You've heard Willie D. Oh, y'all Africans gonna stop talking about our stuff. What? New rules when it's convenient. New talking points. Now we have 45 people online anyway. Donnie Williams wrote, I don't think they are smart enough to do that. At Jackie Lacy. Smart enough to do that. Well, I don't know who did that, but somebody did, you know. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody, made some phone calls to say, hey, here we go. Because we heard somebody say, oh, I can be nasty. If Jabari wants to argue that and use that for his dissertation, I can be nasty and I can call his school. And I stopped him. I said, don't be nasty, elder. You're bigger than that. But he already stated that publicly for those who missed it. He said that live on air. And I ain't even saying any names. Sorry about the sound effects. Forgot to mute my mic. Some person who actually gave information to the Hebrew camp. Some people just don't have any loyalty at all. Jackie wrote, well, it might not have been TikTok, but it was on YouTube with about 100,000 hits. Now, I didn't know it had that many hits, but let me go through the comments. Nikki Whitty wrote, peace, Shaka, and the chat, peace to you. We have Jason Edwards who wrote, Hotep Herneb Hena Sen Ma'at Jet Ta. Ta? Why? Jet Ta. What were you trying to do to say with the Ta? And feel free to use the digit 3, which will be the equivalent of the Aleph. Andrea Brunette wrote, hi Shaka, I heard the last clip, but I didn't hear or see the first 30 minutes. Oh, it's okay. The first 30 minutes of this live stream, if that's what you're talking about, it's just my extended intro. Sorry. We have kinetic energy in the place to be. Hotep to you. Donnie Williams wrote, the shorts are on the community. Let's have a look then. So I'm going to do this. Where is it? Yeah, that's the one I'm sharing. So here we have Sunday the Studios, and then I go to community. Well, I doubt it will be on community. You can see we have the polls. Besides, look at the date. The latest community post was 3 weeks ago, and it was a poll regarding who won between Quay Butter and Minister Inky. So I mean, they have the shorts. They don't even have the tag for shorts. As you can see, they have videos, live playlists, and so on, but it will not be on the playlist with it. So hey, but maybe somebody will know how to find that one. And I had it on my mobile phone, but there was no link because I would have saved the link, and but there was no link like for the videos. But anyway. Okay. Go to his channel, then community. I just did that. So if somebody has any proposition, feel free. We have time. Wab Funk wrote, is this same short I saw about Sekou that was disgusting, dangerous? It is the same one. It has to be the same one. It has to be the same one. I mean, Sekou, like I said, he moonwalked on them, and I know how those guys get down. They always need people. They always do that. They did that to me before. That's their MO. That's their modus operandi. So xenophobic. Yes, so xenophobic. How many African Americans have said that African Americans are poor? How many African Americans have said we are poor? What the price? Now, have you heard about Powernomics? His name escapes me. Claude Anderson, right? Claude Anderson. Isn't it Claude Anderson? Now, didn't know it was a PhD. So you have powernomics.com. how many live streams, how many lectures Claude Anderson have done talking about the economic situation of black people. Here's a link here, Powernomics, about Claude Anderson. And didn't he talk about poverty? But it's okay because he's African American? We have new rules that come up. People make up rules as they go, rules that they won't even follow anyway. So here, Dr. Claude Anderson is president of Powernomics Corporation of America, Inc. and the Harvest Institute, Inc. Powernomics is a company that publishes his books and produces multimedia presentations in which he explains his concept. Powernomics is a package of principles and strategies he developed to explain the concept of race and to offer a guide for Black America to become more economically and politically competitive group in America. To become a more economically blah blah blah. Dr. Anderson's book, Powernomics, the national plan to empower Black America, incorporates and reflects his past experiences, his academic research, business experience, both as an owner and a capital provider, and his varied political positions. He has held the highest positions in federal and state government and politics. He was state coordinator of education for Florida under Governor Ruben Askew during the tumultuous period of the 70s. After successful social reform projects in Florida and leading President Jimmy Carter's Florida campaign to a win in the state, Carter appointed Anderson as the federal co-chairman for a commission of governors in the Southeast states. In that position, rank of Assistant Secretary in the U.S. Department of Commerce, he chaired the commission, funded and directed economic development projects for the governors in those states. The projects he funded created jobs and businesses in those states. As executive director of 2 economic development corporations for the city of Miami, Florida, he oversaw funding of more than 30 businesses. Although he had been a political independent for many years, he was a major planner and coordinator of the 1988 Democratic Convention in Atlanta and has taught at all levels of education. Dr. Anderson is also president of the Harvest Institute, a nationally recognized think tank that does research, policy development, education, and advocacy to increase the self-sufficiency of Black America. Dr. Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Health, A Search for Power. Power is funny. Sekou talked about power. A search for power. If you have the power, you don't search for it, do you? A search for power and economic justice, and Powernomics, the national plan, are the foundation for Harvest Institute programs. His books, including his most recent, More Dirty Little Secrets About Black History, which he authored with his son, Brent, have all been bestsellers and are used as textbooks in many universities and high schools. What is Powernomics? You even have download PDF. The concept of Powernomics was created by Dr. Claude Anderson and is described in his book Powernomics. The national plan to empower Black America, to empower. If you have power, you're not going to look to get empowered, are you? But they're not going to make any TikTok or YouTube shorts about Claude Anderson. The nerve of him talking about empowering us like we don't have any power. So the national plan to empower Black America. The Powernomic concept and plan teach Blacks how to pool resources and aspects of power so that they can produce, distribute, and consume in a way that creates goods and wealth. Black Americans made extraordinary contributions to American society despite the astonishing, unusual, and unconscionable, I didn't even know that word, treatment they have endured, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, in America. Blacks were the engines that drove the political economic development of this nation for centuries. They should therefore value their exceptionality and let that sense of worth guide their group behavior. They should require that any business, political party, or political candidate who seeks or benefits from black support halfway identify blacks by name, commit, and in reciprocity deliver tangible, measurable benefits to black Americans. They should never allow themselves to be grouped with or equated to broad and ambiguous classes such as minorities, immigrants, people of color, diversity, poor people, or similar defining terms. The nation is indebted to blacks, and equating them to fabricated classes adds insult to injury, hides their special history, and promotes the myth that all people have been created and treated equally, and that all groups have contributed equally to the building of the nation. Nothing is further from the truth. Here we have see Dr. Well, that's the bio. Now we don't know what his qualifications are, but I'm pretty sure. Now here you see, and that guy is Joyce Boy. Is it Boyce something? He's been having a lot of issues with Michi X. Now, empower Black America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you get an idea. I'm pretty sure that he's going to talk about the lack of power and the poverty, but that's going to get a pass. And you know what? As I was reading this article on Claude Anderson's website, Powernomics, I remember that in that short or that TikTok video, the voiceover, the robotic type of voice, was saying that it is thanks to the effort, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but thanks to the effort of African Americans that Sekou is there, something like that. I mean, what? We'll see how long the FBA thing will last. Somebody's gonna have a lot of money in his pockets, and it's gonna move to something else like nothing happened. And a lot of people are gonna look silly. Like the so-called black gangsters who allied themselves with neo-Nazis and skinheads for a little bit of change. Then they got the golden shower, and we don't hear about them anymore. Some people just place wrong bets. You need to have a solid foundation. You have a crew of people who made fun of followers of Kemet, followers of Ma'at, label them Egyptomaniacs, talk about they're going to mop the floor, and their female cat leader empowers the whole crew. 2 years of talk, blah, 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 blah. Talk, yakety yak yak. I need to run. Like Usain Bolt. And try to act like somebody who's scared of him. Like somebody's running from him. I mean, now even pseudos get congratulated. Even plagiarizers get congratulated. People who steal, who lie, they get congratulated. And I'm wondering, is it because those people are African Americans? I mean, is it that strange? Or is my brother, he's pseudo, he's lying, he's plagiarizing, but I support him. But anyway, Kinetic Energy wrote, who posted the TikTok short? Now, if it's on TikTok, somebody should have the link, so feel free to share it if you have it. We have a new member, Stephen Pascal. It's strange because I've seen that person before, so I don't know what happened, but welcome, Stephen. Oh, well, maybe it was one of those times where the chat was open for everybody. But thank you for becoming a member, a supporter. I appreciate that. Now, let me copy and paste. Hold on, I have it somewhere anyway. Whoever would like to be a supporter, have the link to join here. The link to join, sorry, once again, is $3 per month. And whoever feels generous and wants to support yours truly, who's been putting in work for 18 years. I didn't wait till I finished paying my mortgage. I started at 22 years old because some people just live their life, do all the mundane stuff. When they're old and gray and they finish paying their mortgage and they feel safe and they are bored, some of them have retired or work part time, and then they go online and talk that black stuff. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them talk science fiction, and a lot of them behave like fools. Donnie Williams wrote, Lacey was saying, saw them. Okay, I don't understand that. Stephen wrote that robotic voice was the words of Reggie. He was afraid to speak. I'm not going to make that accusation. I mean, he looks bad already. Um, he might just come up and say, "Oh, they're accusing me of doing this. They're slandering me. This is defamation." Kinetic Energy wrote, "Sa wouldn't do that, in my opinion." Well, that's how it appeared, and I just left a cordial message. I said, uh, Hotep Sanada, I don't think it helps because Sekou clearly said blah 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 blah, and at the end I said peace Sanada. So, I mean, once again, I cannot show it. I don't have the link. I don't even think they have links for shorts, but that's how it appears like, So anyway. Stephen wrote, Sa didn't do it, bro. That's why it's off his channel. Well, who knows? Maybe, well, maybe people gonna think I'm crazy. I've made that up. I don't know if when you like a video or comment on the video, then it appears. But that's what I saw. I guess I should have done a screen print. I didn't think about doing a screen print. I mean, I was actually at work, and I looked for the link. There was no link. I left the comment, and then that's it. Kept it pushing. Wab Funk wrote, I think they might taking it down. Adapt Saneda sanction that. I hope not. Well, whether it's sanctioning it or not, I mean that's what I saw. So I'm not making any accusation whatsoever. That's what I saw. I saw he was on Saneda Studios. So now I know when you have a channel. And somebody said that something was taken down also in one of the comments. But here, you do have the channel. And you have this part here where it says channels. Well, it doesn't feature any other channels because I was thinking maybe if you feature some other channels and whatever you have uploaded on other channels might appear there. I don't know, but maybe somebody's seen it. I mean, well, actually, most of you must have been sleeping because I was at work in the morning. So, we are 6 hours apart. I'm 6 hours apart from New York. So I start work at 9 most of the time. And that means that it will be 3 a.m. So I don't think many people were awake at 3 a.m. But maybe somebody will say that they have seen what I saw as well. Oh, Jason was trying to say Ma'a forever, but the Ta for forever, forever. I guess Jet, of course, but the Ta, I don't know what the Ta was about, but we have Shirley Laria, who's a new member. Welcome, thank you, sister. Thank you for becoming a supporter. I appreciate that. And we have Sacred Infinite Energy, Empress. You finally joined. Wab Funk wrote, I'm not Nigerian, but it was Claude Anderson that brought out and highlighted the stat that continental African students are now the most enrolled in health and finance, specifically Nigerian students. Well, that's one thing, but some people have been tripping, But once again, it's not just Nigerians or Africans who sometimes outperform Americans, and Americans are not just black people. We have other people who are Americans. People come from countries where life is extremely difficult, there's no running water, and they have an opportunity to go to school and don't have to pay for it. You know, I'm from Haiti. For those who don't know, I was born in France, but my parents were born in Haiti. I went there, and I know what it is. You know, I've been to the village. I mean, we don't really call it village, but you know, countryside, which is equivalent of the like the villages in Africa. But you know, you're in the house. There's no running water. There's no tap. There's no sink. There's no electricity. If you want something cool, you have a guy that passes once a day with some ice. You understand what I'm saying? You have to walk and pump the water that you carry on a bucket. And school is not free. People have to pay for school. So when you come from an environment like that, of course, if there's no electricity, there's no TV, there's no fridge. Now, I'm talking about, you know, the countryside or, you know, villages. You know, of course, you have, you know, houses with bathroom, taps, running water and stuff like that. But not in all the houses, you know, electricity and so on. But, you know, many don't have that. And when you come from that type of environment, a lot of the time, you know, people outperform, you know. But anyway, Stephen Pascal wrote, I was just subscribed, bro. You had me locked out. How could I have you locked out? Please elaborate. And I've shared the invite link. It looks like many people are shy. I'm almost finished with the comments. So even though the title says Hieroglyphic Medu Neter questions and answers, you know, feel free to ask about anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if there's no participation, I'll call it a day because I have some reading to do because I'm supposed to, you know, finish an essay. You know, so you know, uh, I like the participation. You know, sometimes I flow, but you know, I don't flow forever. Now, Wildfunk wrote, and they are enrolling in health and finance at a higher rate than Asian and Indian students now. That Stefan Pascal wrote, no Shaka, it was an HOK channel. Well, maybe it was HOK channel, and I saw HOK, and automatically I figured it was signed at the studio. So I probably made a mistake. It is possible, you see, and maybe that's what somebody said was removed or taken down. You see, but I wish we had a screen print because obviously it has been uploaded on TikTok and maybe many other people re-uploaded it or shared it, you know. So that thing went very far, went very far, you know. That brother doesn't deserve to be presented as somebody that's shading African Americans. So a lot of people never heard him. And the first time they will hear him, it will be presented as somebody that's, you know, slavery African Americans as poor with no power, poor people with no power or powerless people. When he clearly stated that Africans also have no power. But then again, we're talking about people who are cool with child molesters, right? And I'm talking about people who are convicted, not people who are accused. Because tomorrow I might be accused. And a lot of people claim they're down with me. They will not even wait for the court date. They will throw me under the bus immediately. Now, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, let's hear it from your so-called scholars, so-called experts of the Bible.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Okay, so Jackie wrote, I saw it. Said the same thing about the Saneta studio. Well, Jackie says, if I understand correctly, that she saw it and it said Saneta Studios. Jason wrote, the glyph has the Thai biliteral under it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, the glyph has the Thai biliteral under it after the T. So I assume you will say that as well. Actually, it is part of the spelling, but there's no phonetic value. That tag leaf, or what looks like a tag leaf, doesn't have any phonetic value here. So jet is spelled with that glyph, but it's just pronounced jet. So I get it now. It's always better or easier when we actually see the glyphs. It actually makes more sense, because even for this young brother who has some knowledge of the Medu Neter, sometimes things can be confusing. So for other people who have never studied the Medu Neter, it can be very strange, very foreign, you know. So I only have 2 comments left so far. So feel free to call in and ask any questions about the Medu Neter. We have 48 people online. Now, Stephen wrote, I'm joking, bro. I meant locked out the convo with members only in the chat. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, okay. Jason Edwards wrote, it's okay. I was wrong. No big deal. I double checked myself. Yeah, I mean, we all make mistakes. So it's no big deal, like you said. We all make mistakes. So we have 50 people online. I've already shared the invite link, but I'm going to share it again. It is supposed to be pinned. Yes, it is pinned, but some people might not notice when the message is pinned. So a link to get on the panel. So preferably, people who never called before, or people who called but never asked about the Medu Neter. But you know how we do. We can talk about anything. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not really in the mood to defend pseudos. So if anybody likes pseudos, and if people don't care about plagiarizers, people who steal people's work, I'm saying, it's just, you can go to Traffic's platform. They love pseudos over there. They love people who steal. You can do business with them. What the service you pay for will not be done, will not be delivered, and then they will pay you back like $20 a month, or $10 a month, or $50 a month. Over $1,000 will be paid back in like a year or so. This is how they get down over there. So just saying. At this point, defending stealing doesn't seem too ma'atic. It doesn't really seem ma'at. Ma'at, truth, justice, and so on. Order. So just saying. Some people want to speak for others, and then you bring up arguments about their offenses, not to say crimes, about them stealing, lying. And they're like, why do you tell me that? Just go and tell him. I'm like, I already told the guy. But some people want to defend people and only want to talk about what's convenient. But when you address something that's inconvenient, they act like it's their personal lives. And that's a huge problem. And it's the same with Kwanzaa as well. We have to come to terms with what do we accept and what is it that we don't accept. If tomorrow you hear that I slap a chick, or I torture a chick, you're gonna be, oh, it's messed up, it's messed up. But when somebody else does it, it's cool. Reggie defended the guy who tortured black women. Now it's funny because we've heard that clip of somebody that was convicted twice for sexual misconduct. We didn't see any shorts. We didn't see any TikTok videos. So they're more comfortable with somebody who allegedly committed sexual misconduct with a minor at least twice than a brother from the continent who says something that they don't like. But we have our brother, Afimi Womanum. No, Afimi Wonawun. What's up, brother?
What's up?
Thanks for calling. How you doing, brother?
No, I always get a kick out of people trying to pronounce that.
Afimi Wonamu. Afini Afimi Wonawun.
Yeah, it's all it is. It's a very an obnoxiously emphatic way of saying it's mine, and it's just in reference to the email when I created the email account. Jamaican Creole.
Wagwan, everything, Chris.
You know.
And for those who don't know, I broke bread with that brother when I was in Florida back in 2010. So I met him in person, But feel free to speak, brother.
I'm gonna turn off this other light here.
Yeah, feel free, brother. See, brothers and sisters, like what I was telling you, that I wanted to go through some Medu Neter, some artifacts, and deal with the Medu Neter. We have 40 people online. We had 50 earlier. They like the juicy stuff. They like to talk about the Abrahamic science fiction. But when it's the Medu Neter, we don't have much people. But feel free, brother.
I had a question. It's a little bit more broader than the Medu Neter.
Yeah, feel free, brother. You can talk about anything.
And I don't know. This is something that's been on my mind for a long time, and I don't know who's actually the right person to ask. Considering a person's expertise, their field of work or whatever, right? I don't know if I need a linguist or whatever, but I remember seeing a debate in Words on social media, whatever, a long time ago. I saw it after it had already happened. It was a white guy, obviously racist, asking, he's debating a black guy, asking about writing. He wanted the black guy to give him examples of writing in Africa, right? Among other things. It was kind of a general conversation of, basically the brother's in the position of like trying to prove that that black people in Africa were anything more than just primitive savages and stuff like that. So anyway,
the brother was doing that.
The brother was in that position of having to defend against
against that claim that were like just primitive.
The white guy is asking for proof that black people are anything more than that, basically. So
he never heard about the Medu Neter. Egypt is in Africa, so
Well, here's the thing. That's one of the first things that the brother brought up was that, but then, the white guy responds with, well, but sub-Saharan people though, not no Egypt
there you
included
go.
Or whatever, right?
he made the separation. He moved the goalpost.
And as I'm reading it, I'm just like, how comes people when they pull this little trick, I'm always like, why don't folks ask in return, okay, so show us writing in Europe, but you can't use anything having to do with any Greco-Roman peoples.
That's a good
Simple
point,
as
brother.
that.
That's
Simple
a good point. Yeah.
But anyway, so the brother started, I think he mentioned, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. I always just say in my head geese, but it's
from Ethiopia. Yes, yes. I'm not even sure how to pronounce it, to be honest. Yes.
So he mentioned that, and the white guy again was talking about. First, he tried to kind of like say that, well, is that really sub-Saharan? And then he started like talking about possible influence from Arabia and from Kemet, from Egypt, and so on and so forth. So that doesn't count either. That doesn't count. You gotta go somewhere else too. So I think the brother brought up like Nsabidi writing from Nigeria, Adinkra from Ghana, and so on. And with that type of stuff, the white guy was like, well, that's that's logographic, so that's not really writing, and that's pictographic, so that's not really writing, and so on and so forth.
But our letters are pictograph, but it's the same with the Medu Neter. They just don't even know that. But that guy, how long ago was it, brother?
Oh, it was a while back. It was years ago.
Yeah, it's the time of the message boards, right? And
Yeah.
I was told so many things, but now it's a new era now. It's a live stream, and if people want to, I'm saying, hold on to their claims, some of them we look ridiculous. That's why they like to be anonymous and unidentified. Because
Yeah.
if somebody knows that person, or if he happens to hear by any chance, then feel free to get on the panel. You're just gonna get that work. I mean, I literally saw a video. Maybe some of you have seen it, and it's like a competition. I think it's tug of war, or when you pull a cord or something similar. And there was a white child and a black child. The black child was winning, and the professor, what appears to be the professor, that white lady, even though the black child won, she would not give the win to the black child, and she made them continue until the white child won. You know what I'm saying? We actually literally saw that on tape.
I saw
And
that.
that you saw that there we go. And I'm sure a lot of people saw it as well, because this type of things now, it gets viral because people like it and share it. They won't share El, the biblical God, getting drunk until he fall in his own feces and urine, but they will share things like that. But I understand, to each his own. But that guy asked for something from Africa, and he was told one example, and he's like, no, you need to go to sub-Saharan, and then another example, possible influence, possible. So it's just talking for the sake of talking. But we look at Egypt and we have Sudan. Now we have this border. Back then we didn't have that border, and like it was established, like it is established scientifically. Tasseti was the first nome of Kemet. You see, so it's just funny to me. It's just funny, And some people will still argue that Egypt is in the Middle East, which is a bit funny because in terms of geography, they're doing magic as well. They're displacing places.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Like when they say sub-Saharan, I'm like, do you know where the Sahara Desert is? You know all the countries that actually covers.
And Ethiopia seems to be, below the Sahara to me, but I might be off.
Yeah, if you actually like Google up the Sahara Desert and then look at the Mali, Chad, but their whole thing about the Sahara thing, anyways, is black but not black is basically what they be saying. So black but not Negro, whatever. When they go over to Oceania and they find a little Negritos or whatever, they say that's black but not Negro and all that. And that's one of the little black people, but whatever. All kind of things, all kind of little trickery and magic. But on the issue of the languages, though, the written languages and whatnot, right? I wondered, like I know that in those debates, there's two things that they do. They'll ask for either things that they know that they did and they know that Africans didn't do, or when in the case where Africans did do it also, they'll just somehow find a way to disqualify it.
Yes.
Because I was always like, 1,000 years ago, what means did whites and Europeans or whatever have to send messages 100 miles an hour to some other group of people in Europe or even to an individual or whatever, But we had it with talking drums.
Mm-hmm.
But they discount it as any kind of evidence of intelligence or advancement or whatever. But at the same time, when you found out that we were doing that over here during slavery, you banned it. Mm-hmm. Because you did, whether you want to admit it or not, in one way you did admit it, that it is
effective
a form of intelligence. So
yes.
But I wondered about like this thing of them always looking for like the exact like letters in the exact same way. Like if I was to go around and ask your everyday people, tell me about the letter A,
mm-hmm.
tell me about the letter B. It's not really nothing that they can tell me, mm-hmm. except A, B. There's nothing they can tell me.
Yes.
So I don't understand why that is viewed like A, B, C, D, the alphabet and whatnot. why that's viewed as like this very advanced form of writing that stands apart from, you know what I mean? Like, because when I look at and I wonder too, like, basically I'm wondering if it, because I know that they get it from Egypt. I'm wondering if is it accurately described as something that's like evolutionary in writing, or was it just a different way, just a different, you know what I mean?
What I can say is that we obviously have the word alphabet, and what they like to say is that they might say there are some alpha beta, the first two Greek letters. Others will go further and say that uh, that there are some the quote unquote Hebrew, so-called Hebrew or Canaanite dialect or Canaanite language or so-called Semitic Aleph Bet. You see, so Aleph, that's the A, that will become Alpha in Greek, and Bet will become Beta in Greek. You see, so that's about it. And usually they will not say, well, actually that derives from the Medu Neter, and I have that. But for those who don't know, just for the sake of the argument,
that Niger.
Yes, yeah, Niger.
Totally in the Sahara, but that's not black folks.
Now, where is it? Here. For those who wonder, that's my website, and you go at the bottom and you have Medu Neter, origin of Greek and Latin alphabet. So yeah, a lot of time, I mean, I don't know how old I was. I know that I was in England, and it was circa 2000. Well, on Amazon, I can see the date when I bought it. But I would say that was at least 2008, 2009, if not before, that I bought Anthony Brother's book, and I'm going to share the link in the chat. Hold on. So here the link is in the chat. So they're gonna say, is it Afrocentric? So that's page 170, 171 of the book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. Hold on. Once again, that's Anthony Brother, who's been doing excavation in Kemet/Nubia. And then we have this chart here from a linguist called Stephen Roger Fisher. You can look him up. You can see his credentials. So you can see the Egyptian, the Proto-Sinaitic, the Phoenician. I like when they use Sinaitic. Dr. Theophile Benga uses that term as well. To me, it's more accurate than saying, Proto-Semitic or any term that has Hebrew in it. But anyway, so the Egyptian, the ox's head, the Proto-Sinaitic ox's head as well, the Phoenician, we have that variation.
Basically, the horns. They did away with the bull and kept the horns.
Yeah, you could say that's the horn, but what's for sure is that it's just a different orientation or direction. And then you'll have the early Greek and then the Greek. So the orientation changed, probably because it was easier or quicker to do it that way than or more convenient for them for whatever reason. And then finally the Greek A, and then the Latin A, which is almost the same. And then same with the other glyphs. So that's from his book, A History of Writing, page 48. And then that one, that's Orly Goldwasser. She also has a similar chart. She did put Proto-Sinaitic, and then she added Phoenician and Paleo-Hebrew. But Orly Goldwasser is a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. So here you have some references of two people who are not of African descent, so they will not be labeled Afrocentric. Because that's how sad it is nowadays. When a black person makes a claim, even if he's a scholar, as a PhD, we have the little homie female cats who say blackologist now. You know what I'm saying? And even Reggie uses that term now. Because they have a book where they claim that Kem doesn't have anything to do with black. That it means that Kemet means riparian land or riparian country. So they have the nerve to say, "Oh, those guys are blackologists." The same guys who used to push for Christianity or Hebrewism. Same dude who used to be a Hebrew Israelite trying to appeal to the Abrahamic believers, talking about Ogun is Cain. But I'll leave it there, because hey, I might not have any standing in the community because I don't live in America.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's along the same lines as the rules that the racist white guy was making up in order to just disqualify you know, somebody from making a certain argument, basically. So, you know, I wondered also about like the purpose of writing.
Mm-hmm.
What was it ever like a widespread thing in ancient Kemet where they were holding classes and teaching the population how to write, or was it just for a particular group of people?
Well, apparently it would not be the whole population. People would say that it was the elite, you know, that was doing the writing. A lot of time they say the priests were the like the most skilled in terms of education, you know. So I really don't think it's just the majority of the population, but it is something that they used to do, and they really mastered that craft, you know, and they came up with, you know, the different variation depending on the surface, you know. Basically, when it is carved, it looks a particular way. And when it is on papyri, which is a plural of papyrus, then, you know, it will be more linear, more cursive. And then we have the other forms that we know as hieratic. Many times I pronounced it hieratic because in French we pronounce it hieratic, but I think in English you say hieratic and demotic, you know. And a lot of people think that the hieratic and demotic are two different languages. You know, a lot of people don't know that the hieratic script and the demotic script is the same language. It's the Medu Neter or the hieroglyphic or the ancient Egyptian language, you know. So yes, go feel free, brother.
Okay, so only the elites were doing it. So what was the purpose of writing then for them?
Well, I couldn't say for sure. People say that, you know, they started writing, you know, to make demarcations or notes, like, you know, for the land, for separation, you know, to know the area, or make notes about, you know, the flooding of the Nile. You know, there's some things we will never know. You know, now the purpose, obviously, you know, I would say to make notes, you know, in a very vulgar way. But who knows? Who knows? They came up with it, you know. And early on, you know, we have the Seheg, we had names of kings, you know, names of rulers, you know.
See, that's what I like. How I had it in my mind is record keeping. That's what I thought. You know, it probably originally, because I know that writing didn't come on the scene and automatically was something that was being taught to everybody in a nation and so on and so forth. So I just thought record keeping. And again, like you when I mentioned about how, you know, if you go and you ask your, you know, random people right now about the letter A, letter B, and so on and so forth, they can't tell you anything about it. But you said they are actually symbols that meant something going back to ancient Kemet. So those elites back then, you showed them the symbol, or you asked them about the symbol for A, or what would come to be known as A or whatever. They could tell you some type of story, some type of narrative about it. Which again goes to the point of record keeping. And that's why I'm like, to me, it's logical that that's an advanced form of, you know, communication, writing or whatever, when you have, you know, one thing that you can draw up a whole bunch of information from. If you like, even like today, that's what they're going to, you know, in modern times when it comes to record keeping, they have, you know, they didn't create like a little floppy disk or whatever just to put the letter A on it, and then, you know, if they want to like record keep another floppy disk for B or whatever word you want to, you know, CDs, DVDs, you know, all these little things that they have for record keeping. It's for storing a whole bunch of information, and that's what we see And a lot of African societies are these symbols that store a lot of information.
Yes, yes. And initially, I mean, record keep it at one point, but initially, we'll have names of rulers, but even way before that, and I think it might be around the Sahara, but you have like prints of hands and some animals being drawn and even human shapes being drawn. So some people may argue this is like the beginning of writing. Other people will say it's not writing, it's pictures and stuff and so on. But one funny thing is that a lot of people say, oh, those are not letters and stuff, but here, if I do this and I put Hindu, Arabic numerals, okay, number system. Okay, well, we have Britannica, which I prefer, but will they have the imagery? Image? No. Okay, so I'll use a good old Wikipedia in Hindu Arabic numeral system. There it is. So people may know these symbols as Arabic numbers, and of course we have the 1, the 2, up to the 9 and 0 that we are familiar with. 0 actually comes from Sifer, which is Arabic, but anyway, those here, this line, this one there, that's what they use. That's what the Arabs use. And it's actually Hindu. It's out of India, out of it's that what would be the Arabic numbers that would be those here, 1, 2, 3, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what they have. So in the Quran, that's what they have. You see, and of course they have the Arabic script. So for them, letters is we know what they call Aleph and Ba and Ta and all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But some people are so ethnocentric, they feel like, oh, okay, no, the letters, that's A, B, C, D, even though it derives some other stuff, and they feel like vowels is A, E, O, U, Y. But vowels are sounds, and some people are very ethnocentric. They feel like, my way is the only way. Our way is the only way. But ultimately, when we look at the way the Western society works, with the pollution alone, the global warming is just causing disasters worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And I've shown, and it was a lady from Manchester University. I shared it in my YouTube timeline and on Twitter. She argues that cancer is man-made. So who's responsible for cancer? But the funny things, a lot of time when you bring stuff like that, they like to say, and it's funny the talking points of some people who like to downgrade black people to say, oh, you talk about stuff, you use a phone, you use a car, you use a plane, you use the technology. Well, this technology now, which is polluting a lot, but back then, the world benefited from the technology that came out of Africa. So I mean, it's and even the wealth alone,
Mm-hmm.
we all talk about the mobile phones and the computers that we use. The minerals needed are not found in the West. We all know that it's found in Africa. But the countries are impoverished because we have some puppets who are rulers, and it's the same vicious circle. But I think one of the biggest problems we have is those belief systems. Some people are trying to present science fiction as facts, as history,
Mm-hmm.
and have all those so-called debates, and they never present anything. Sometimes they present stuff, but it doesn't talk about black people. Which scholar says that the Hebrews were black? Which scholar says that the Sumerians were black? So they have a wishful thinking fantasy in their head, and they're pushing it hard. Now, some of us are not into these fictional stories and fairy tales of theology, but we accept child molesters, liars, plagiarizers, xenophobic people for whatever reason. We have a long way to go. Even people who torture black women, plagiarize a Jewish holiday. We accept so much foolish stuff. It's amazing. Now, Sekou speaks for black people worldwide, But the guy plagiarized a Jewish holiday, tortured black woman, was, according to John Henry Clark, a police informant, and he celebrated every year. And some people want to be sleeping. Oh, I don't celebrate him. I'm all about the holiday. Yeah, stop lying. Stop lying.
My attitude about that
If
is
he comes into the room right now, you'll be like, "Hey, brother, how you doing? Every year I celebrate it." But feel free, go. Feel free.
No, my attitude about it is to be expected from folks who pretty much were taught to, like, over in Germany, those folks, they handled that Holocaust a certain kind of way, where to this day, they're hunting down anyone who was actually involved in it and putting them in prison for the rest of their lives and whatnot. Yeah, or killing them to this day.
Yeah.
To this day. So they had a certain way that they handled that situation. Those people that were involved were to be removed from the society. There was no expectation for Jewish people to integrate with the same people that were committing these atrocities against them.
Mm-hmm.
And the mindset that goes along with that kind of thing. Whereas over here, that was fully the expectation after slavery and Jim Crow. Black folks are supposed to, and not even just find a way. It's like a moral obligation, basically, to live with people that committed atrocities against you, and to seek their approval, and to basically just want to cozy up and be affectionate and all that with them.
Mm-hmm.
So like I have respect for certain people that fought for Black people's rights and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I always thought it was a critical mistake to create a movement where it's mandated that you have to put yourself in a position to be abused even more than you're already being abused in order to get the abuser to stop abusing you. That you should put the abuser's well-being above your own. Mm-hmm. No matter what they do to you, you're never supposed to do anything back to them and whatnot. That, to me, says that you have to adopt an inferior mind state to accept something like that. So it's not surprising to me. I mean, I see Black people to this day sitting around having conversations about, well, there were kind slave masters and, not so kind. There were good slave masters and there were bad slave masters, stuff like that. So I've never seen Jewish people sitting around talking about,
There's good Nazis and bad Nazis. Don't say that. And, to build on what you said, there were some traitors amongst Jewish people. But we don't hear Jewish people say Jewish people sold Jewish people. We don't hear them say Jewish people sold each other. But for some people, it's like Black people, Africans, waited for the Europeans to come and then they started selling wholesale. Or sometimes they would give us quotes to say, serious practices in all societies starting from ancient Egypt, which is theological, So the blame has shifted, But one thing, now they're going at Sekou. They're trying to portray him as labeling African Americans as powerless and poor, possibly. But we have that guy, and I'm going to play it. It's only 3 minutes long, who basically said on tape that Black people are ugly, marked, and disfigured. They don't speak on that, which shows how weak they are. We have some elders who are not far from being useless because over some personal situation, and remember, I've played it. It is because Sekou is in agreement with Jabari that they're doing all this stuff. I'm sorry, they couldn't destroy Jabari. They thought they would destroy Sekou. Sekou gave them the business. So now what do? The slander campaign. It's just horrible. But let me play it. It's only 3 minutes long. Some of you may have not heard it or seen it, but feel free to share it. So this is the Black Pope, an African American, talking about Black people worldwide.
Qualified.
Why we are rejected? It is because we rebelled against God according to him.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
You know, so this is the origin of kinky hair, but feel free, brother.
I was gonna say, you know, I think a lot of stuff that we probably learned, unfortunately, during slavery, ended up being kind of incorporated into that religious stuff. Because I know there's traditions about how we were supposed to. Like you have another Nation of Islam brother over in England that was on video talking about it, about how his parents or whatever used to use like
Leo Muhammad, yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Jamaica, people used to put that. I forgot the name, but it's the
clothes
on a hanger. That thing, the nose, so the nose will be straighter. He said that so some people would do in Jamaica because he's of Jamaican descent. That's Leo Muhammad, who, by the way, is with the dynamic program. He said it, you know, that he's doing that. I have it on tape somewhere, you know. But feel free to continue, brother.
When I was growing up, I was taught to keep my lips folded in like this, and if I practice doing that, then my lips won't grow so big. And you know you have the curse of Ham thing from the Babylonian Talmud that talked about, you know, when Canaan I think it was Canaan, turned to look at his father's nakedness or something like that. His hair twisted up into kinks and all of that foolishness. I think a lot of that stuff was probably just being thrown at us during slavery. And however maybe some traditions got started up or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, they used to have a thing back in the day with the NOI where they had the women shaving off their heads because the teaching was that each time you shave off your head completely, the hair grows back a little straighter. So,
I didn't know about that. But for those who wonder, I have the curse of Hamid, the Talmud breakdown. Now let's have a quick look. So you have the passage in Genesis chapter 9, verses 20 to 27. We're familiar with it. A lot of people say it's not the curse of Ham, it's the curse of Canaan. He said, "Curse be Canaan." But we have the descendants of Canaan, and he makes it clear which population you talk about. But some people will say this is just an interpretation. Who are you? Okay, fine, all right. So then when we deal with the Midrash Rabbah, the Bereshit Rabbah, basically the rabbinic literature. Here is what we have. Now I can no longer engender the fourth son, whom I would have gave the order. Your children shall serve you and your brothers. It has to be Canaan, your firstborn, and they shall take as slave. I'm sorry, that they shall take as slave. And since you have made me incapable of doing bad things in the darkness of the night, the children of Canaan will be born ugly and black. Also, because you have stretched yourself to see my nudity, the hair of your grandchildren will curl so that it turns nappy, and their eyes will be red. Also, because your lips have joked about my misfortune, yours will swell, and since you had a lack of respect for my nudity, they will go around naked, and their virile part extend ignobly. And Zion legs have quoted some, midrash or whatever they call. So then I just shown that, and I've shown what they actually say. I mean, they quote stuff when it suits them. What's interesting is that the nation of Southern teaching doesn't come from slavery. It was taught to them by a Pakistani dude that they call Far Muhammad or Farad Muhammad. It sounds more exotic to say Farad. And the dude came from India before there was a split with Pakistan. And most likely that's where it was from. Paul Guthrie did a great job on the video called Get on Board the Wheel. Far Muhammad came from India. That was 1930. Wasn't it during the time of slavery? But they rolled with it. It's this self-hate teaching.
Oh, yeah, they were primed to roll with it.
But they want to spend their time going at Sekou. I mean, this excerpt here is 3-minute excerpt. Some of them have the nerve to say it's taken out of context. Like I said many times, please let them show you, let them play to you in context. It's a lecture that's over an hour, maybe it's 2 hours long. I have it somewhere. I don't remember exactly how long it lasts for. But I guarantee you, brothers and sisters, it is not taken out of context. Otherwise, like I said, let them play it out of context. I'm sorry, let them play it in context. You see? This is some of the worst self-hate teaching I ever heard in my life. If an African would have said that, people will go crazy. If a white person would have said that, people will go crazy. If a Jewish person would have said that, oh my goodness, it would be World War III. But you guys accept that. And you won't go and criticize Sekou. And once again, those guys who touch on babies, they're on platforms. Did Truck feel live on air? Or did he tell the truth? So if he told the truth, how come you guys who don't criticize people who teach you that you are marked, disfigured, and ugly, and people who touch on babies, minors, but you want to criticize Sekou? Don't you realize, brothers and sisters, that we have some sickness going on? Reggie defending Karenga, who tortured black women, possibly raped them, according to Dale Jones. And for those who don't know, let me play it. It's only a few seconds long. What did Dale Jones say?
We haven't brought closure to Karinga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks, and the FBI saved him.
Brothers and sisters, if somebody inserts bottles in your vagina against your will, legally it is rape. Rape doesn't have to be with the genital parts only. You know? Now, Dale Jones was African American, wasn't he? So what are you going to say now? He was stripping? He was high? But they're going to say it's not established that he raped them. He wasn't condemned for that. He tortured them. But yet you want to go at Sekou? We are witnessing sickness. And future generation will see that. All of this is documented. They will see who were the weak dudes. They will see who were the traitors. They will see who were the Uncle Toms. They will see the elitist mentality. Oh, you have no standing in our community. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. You are nobody. Do you know the Medu Neter? It's on tape. You look bad. You look bad. Is this your elder? Is going to defend a guy who tortured black women, but criticize somebody on the pretense that he is not African American when really it's because that person agrees with Jabari. Can't you see how sad and pitiful it is? And the same guy who gave information to the Hebrew camp against Southside Seti, the same guy who criticized Seti for years, talking about Seti's mouth is filthy, he cursed too much. And that same elder now is cursing so much. I mean, for real, it's sad. It's a bad look. It's just horrible. It is horrible. And now he's running a channel with 180,000 subscribers.
It's interesting how things come back around, because some of those folks we were talking about the last time that were the ones I described as basically just capitulating to the white racists that they're always debating when it comes to ancient Kemet. Just promoting again that it was like a different race of people in Kemet that built those structures in Kemet and so on and so forth. Not understanding that those folks, when it comes to these arguments, they do the same thing all around Africa. They always, anywhere you find anything that they acknowledge themselves as being advanced, they're going to find a way to say that they're the ones responsible for it. I've literally seen them, like they're these pictures, these old pictures that they have, because one of their arguments, like in that very same debate that I was telling you about earlier, one of the arguments that the white guy made was that all that African people had were mud huts. They never had any multi-level buildings or whatever, right? Multi-story buildings. And
like they had the multi-story buildings. I mean, the Great Pyramid of the Giza Plateau is circa 2400 BC. We have the walls in Zimbabwe, and some structures were made of mud brick, indeed, but some structures were made of stone. But keep going, brother.
They for that, like you bring up Benin, right? There are these pictures that are out there, old pictures of these shrine houses in Ghana, back in like the late 1800s and early 1900s and so on and so forth. Very, very tall buildings. They mud bricks, like you said. They got Adinkra carvings all in the walls and everything, so on and so forth. And you'll have some of these black folks today doing the same thing that the white racists were doing, arguing that it was actually the English colonists at the time in Ghana that built those structures. And I'm like, okay, that's that makes sense to you that a bunch of Christian English people came and built shrine houses to African gods for, okay, all right, whatever.
That's a new concept.
I always say that when it's racism, it doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah, yeah. They're not gonna let sense f up their argument, like Chris Rock said.
And they made sure to only build those things over there. When it came to over in places where Black people were forbidden from building those kinds of things and whatnot, forbidden from building anything for themselves, period, you don't see them. They're not building any shrine houses to African gods over in America and Haiti and Jamaica. They're not doing that for some reason over here, but they go over to Ghana and okay. All right, man.
Yeah, very, very special. Creating shrines for idols, heathen / pagan deities. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Gotta make reality fit the narrative.
Yes. You gotta make reality fit the narratives. And those Hebrew Israelites, man, and black Muslims talking about black Semites. And we see what the Semites or Asiatics, Asiatics, not Semites, we see what they look like on the walls of Kemet. They were clearly white skinned or Caucasoids. Now, there's a good brother who's saying that this person behind me, Amenhotep III, has Caucasoid features. And that's on him. But the Canaanites, the Asiatics, were white skinned. We have their paintings on the walls because the statues, they're not accepting the statues. Fine. We have paintings. So it is just amazing at this point. It is amazing at this point. I mean, okay.
It doesn't even matter with the paintings and stuff because they'll show you pictures, actual pictures right now of Black people in Mali, in Niger, or whatever, and they'll argue that those aren't really Black people. They are Black but not Negro.
But that's not Black people who say that, right?
There's some Black people saying it.
Wow. I mean, it's all over the place. It's all over the place.
Because they argue, you know, that for you to really be quote unquote Negro, you have to be sub-Saharan. It's like I don't think they know how big the Sahara Desert is. I don't know, but you know, it's funny to me. Like even I know they at least know that it's over there by Egypt and Sudan, and it's always just funny to me. I'm just like, you know, the name Sudan literally means land of the blacks, but they're still like, yeah, but not that kind of black. It's black, but not.
Yeah, Caucasoid blacks apparently is some new terms.
Dark-skinned Caucasians. That's what they are.
Yeah, apparently, you know what I'm saying, but it's amazing, and it seems like some people feel or think that people in East Africa had a completely different phenotype, like all of them. You know, some people might think that all Ethiopians look like Haile Selassie. You know what I'm saying? They might not know that we have nappy-headed people in Ethiopia, dark skin, black skin, jet black people in Ethiopia. They might think they are all light skin with like kind of curly hair or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
If they were to see them but didn't know where they were from, they'd be like, those are Negroes. They got like the Mercer tribe. They got the lip plates and all of that type of stuff going on.
It's sad, man. I mean, you know, right now, what we're seeing is just critical. Sekou needs to be defended and supported because when they start, you know, putting all these clips, people will share it and be like, "Who is this guy talking down on us?" It's just, but we know who's behind this. I mean, I've been thinking about it every day, several times a day. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. Take your behind back to Africa. This is against what we stood for years, and people have the right to change their stance. The FBA movement is quite large. Some people like scapegoats. They don't have any smoke for the Europeans. They are actually kindly asking the Europeans for reparations. Fine. But the foreigners, the immigrants, the migrants, Africans or not, Caribbeans or I mean from all over, they are almost at the scapegoat. Because once again, I wish I could have that video so I could play it. The person said, the robotic voice said, the voiceover said, and thank you, Terrence. And I also got it like I think it was yesterday, but thank you for the cash app, Terrence. The robotic voice was saying that it is thanks to, and I'm paraphrasing once again, thanks to the effort of the African Americans that that Sekou can just be there. And I'm like, what? I mean, it's a shame, but at the end of the day, we'll not all get along. We'll not all be on the same page. But anybody who claims to be Pan-African cannot roll with those statements, whether it comes from elders or not. You see? And that's why I've been saying, brothers and sisters, we need to be selective. If you teach and defend that black people are marked and disfigured in the essence of ugliness, hey, we're not on the same page. If you tell a black, an African brother, go back to Africa, you have no standing here, you talk to people, I talk to my people, only because you support somebody that you have a disagreement with. I mean, that's messed up. Can you imagine if the guy had some sort of power, if he was a leader or a chief of a village, chief of a territory, and he could have power of life and death? Can you imagine what he would do? You know what I'm saying? If he could silence somebody, if he could censor somebody. I was censored by my own kind. They censored me. They flagged me. So the brother was there. You remember all the accounts that I had back then, right?
Mm-hmm.
I broke bread with him early 2010. Well, actually, yeah, it was like late 2009, early 2010. But I think it was January 2010. So then I returned to France, and then I was, on the Blog Talk Radio show, and I lost thousands of subscribers because I was against this anti-black and anti-African teaching that we heard. But if I say anti-African, a lot of people won't care. So let's say anti-black, And now I'm seeing similar thing being done to another brother who stands up for black people worldwide. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. And those so-called elders won't say, okay, well, wrong, my bad, I was tripping. Let's keep it pushing. All of that because of a female cat. But feel free to go, bro. Feel free. I think you wanted to say something.
No, I was just gonna say that this it's always amazing to watch how this stuff just goes around and comes around. With the FBA ADOS thing, it's crystal clear to me that it's a supremacist movement. It was no coincidence to me that it popped up and came into prominence during the presidency of a dude that was like the most like vocally anti-immigrant president in modern times, basically. And it's not something that I view, because a lot of people look at it like they're converting people, basically, like they're brainwashing people. I don't look at it like that. The way I look at those type of things when they come around, I'm always kind of thankful for them, for the people that head those things up, because they expose the people around you. I already knew that there were people that thought that way. When I was coming up, when I was a kid in Miami and whatnot, I mean, that was a big thing. They like to try to break it down like it was a thing that was only insults back and forth, but nope. People were getting beat up, people were getting stabbed, people were getting shot and killed over that stuff in Miami when I was coming up. 80s, late 80s, all through the 90s. A lot of people died over that stuff. And I'm not the kind of person that came up with like two pro-black parents raising me or anything like that. It was typical black family, basically, Christians or whatnot. And yet even I knew when I came across that stuff that I wasn't looking at it from the standpoint of, being a conscious or being, pro-black, whatever. I just thought it doesn't make any sense. I'm supposed to hate all black people from this country or that country, and only because they're black, because that's always the thing. That's how you know it's just an anti-black thing. Because like in Miami, I don't know if it's a Southern thing in general, but to some extent it is. But in Miami in particular, they didn't like anybody from up north, especially like New York and that whole area. But only if you're black. Yeah. If you were white and you came from New York or any of them places up there, whatever, they have no problem with you. If you're Asian, no problems. Only if you're black.
And then some people say, oh, in Africa they don't go by race. They don't say they're Africans. They go by their tribe. They are tribalistic. They are tribalists. What are we witnessing here? Now, you have some white people who talk about issues that affect black people, team-wise, and we have the priest or pastor Flegger, or I'm not sure how to pronounce his name.
Out of Chicago.
Yeah. We don't hear people say, "Oh, you don't understand our community. You talk to people, to my people." I mean, it has gotten so ridiculous, but yet I've yet to hear from Professor James Moss, from Professor Leonard Jeffries, from Rikeri Amen, from Mfudishi Jehotimes,
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing. I'm just curious, because the elder Reggie has been rolling with the female Christian apologists, and they made fun of Mfudishi. But yet Reggie speaks highly of Mfudishi. And I don't know how people get down, like, you speak highly of someone, but you roll with a person that is a neophyte newcomer and that disrespects the same person that you speak highly of. I mean, some people, they are not strategic. They are not strategic at all. I mean, I don't, brothers and sisters, I want you to know something. A lot of people that you come across online, no matter how much you talk about black issues, black history, African history, it's like a hobby. It's really a pastime for a lot of them. A lot of them just really don't care. They're not going to do anything about it. They're not going to spend any penny about it. It's just something that they talk about and they like to feel good. It's like when you have gatherings and clap, you're beautiful, yeah, feel good stuff, And we have to be able to detect people who just talk and they don't have any dignity. Once again, we have people who are convicted for committing sexual misconduct with children. And people act like, it's like a letter in the mail, a letter in the post. Like it ain't a thing. Like it ain't a thing. That's what's up. That's what's cool now. How are you gonna criticize Sekou when you're cool with people who touch on babies? It just doesn't make sense at all. Besides all the lies, all the lies that those guys make is personal. It's their private life. Oh, I don't care about the private life. They make those lies publicly though. Scamming, lying, disrespecting for years. And Sekou's gonna make one statement, and they want to, take that and act like he's disrespecting African Americans. It's pitiful at this point. And like I said before, yesterday there was like 120 people online. Actually, at the time I said it, actually there was 101, I think. Now there's 45 people. And if because of what I'm saying, I end up having 5 people when I'm live streaming, I'm fine with that. I stand firm. I stand firm on that. That's just messed up. That's messy. Now, people, you have a voice. Now, a lot of you have spoken now. But sometimes I'm not going to say you have to boycott people, but there's some people you just have to stop wasting time with those individuals, you know. Now, when it comes to the Medu Neter, I'm not sad. I'm used to it, you know. A few people have the interest, but it is extremely important. The Arabic language is not easy, but when those guys, those black people convert to Islam, they are learning it. Black people converting to Judaism is not easy either. They are learning the Hebrew language, you know. And then we have some people who say, "Oh, Kemet, Kemet, Kemet," as if the brushing native. He wasn't called Kemet then. That was he called Israel then? Wasn't it once called Kenana, Canaan, Palestine? Those weak talking points. Those weak talking points.
We've already established that even if again, Sudan, land of the blacks, that's what that word means, and y'all just turn around and say, well, black but not Negro, so doesn't matter.
I'm telling you, man. You know, brothers and sisters, I mean, you need to value these things, you know. And a lot of people in America and elsewhere happen to be Abrahamic, and that's the number one reason why they don't like Kemet. Now, the elder, he was talking about Kemet all along, but he didn't get the shine he wished he would have gotten. So he spoke against Kemet. He spoke against followers of Kemet. That's what he did. And he rolled the Christian apologists who have been dissing people who follow Kemet, labeling us Egyptomaniacs. How do you let a female cat call you Egyptomaniacs? How do you let that happen? It's weird, my brother. It's weird. It's weird. But you know what, brother? Stay with me. Let me just go through the comments. Now, where was I? Where was I? And of course, feel free to add on anytime you please, brother. So I was there. So kinetic energy was asking for dates. I mean, dates to these debates. I mean, that's like years ago. You will not remember, you know. And besides, on message boards, you know, you had mainly usernames. Donny wrote, Shaka, I have a ARCE article of the dig Browder. I'm sorry, Browder claims he's on. They never mentioned him one time. Just saying. Well, it doesn't surprise me, but you know, he made a discovery that was quite significant, and I saw an article about that. You know, R. Stallworth wrote, explain the owl and the arm going through the owl. Oh, it's superimposed. I know there's an artifact where we see it. All right, let me look for it. Hold on, just 1 second. Gonna look for it. Now, there. I think it would be Kemet. Oh, I guess I have so many artifacts as I'll say Kemet. Well, this one is in French. I think that's the artifact. It's an artifact with the name of Ramesses II.
Ça signifie quoi vie. Donc quand tu traduis, ça veut dire soit avoir la vie ou soit vivant, mais c'est vie en fait. Le mot principal c'est vivre. Après la translittération c'est différent, mais on dit toujours par exemple, pardon, vous connaissez tout en Camon. D'accord, donc toute image, encre, amon, image vivante d'amon. C'est une langue magnifique, vraiment c'est. Bon, venez, lisons les autres.
No, it's not that artifact, so I gotta look for it. Kemet is written on that one, but it's not the artifact I wanted to show. So, but for the record, here is where we see
C'est un
Kemet.
morceau de charbon, d'accord? Mais en tout cas, ça veut dire que c'est pour les consonnes KM parce que dans l'atrocité.
But anyway, let me look for it. I hope I will find it. No.
I think I got that guy.
Oh, oh no. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Oh, I found it. But yeah, go ahead, brother. Feel free to add on, and then I'll play it after.
Oh no, did you say Ramses the second?
Yes.
I was about to say I had his haplogroup, but now they say it's Ramses the third.
Well, I've been hearing all these people talking about haplogroups and DNA and stuff like that, but we have the visual evidence. So, I'm not too concerned about what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because of course we have admixture. Because of what we know what happened, the slave trades, sub-Saharan, transatlantic. So it's like me, saying, oh, you have that much percent. I mean, we have the visual evidence. You know what I'm saying? That guy Kramer, where he had that so-called meltdown, so-called breakdown on stage, when he just shouted racial slurs. Those people, the visual evidence, like you'll see him today. If he's committing some crime or something, he robs you, you say, that's an N-word, that's a ninja, that's a ninja. You know what I'm saying? Ninja instead of saying the N-word. We have the visual evidence. But some people, like, hey, you want to be one B, you want to be one A, haplogroup, blah, 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 genetic studies, DNA, okay, whatever. So let me play that one here.
On va avancer parce qu'il y a beaucoup de choses à voir. Ah oui, Kemet. Donc là c'est plus ancien que ce qu'on a vu tout à l'heure. Je vais vous montrer le mot Kemet. Vous voyez la date, c'est pas moi qui l'invente, c'est écrit là, 1279 à 1213 avant l'ère chrétienne. Et je vais vous montrer où c'est écrit là. Là, c'est Kemet. D'accord? Donc Kem, KM et le T. D'accord? Et l'idéogramme. Là, je suis très content de vous montrer ça. Hiéroglyphes superposés. Je sais pas, je pense que beaucoup d'entre vous ont vu.
We briefly see it. I want to see if we have a better view. I have to go back then. Oh no. No, we don't have any better view. So, I don't like these odds. So I will pause it. Try to see how well I can zoom in. But around here, it's not easy to see, and I cannot even enlarge it. On the mobile phone app, you can enlarge a video, but here is the hour, and here is the arm. It's going through. Sometimes they have glyphs superimposed like that. It's not special. Now, let me continue going through the comments, and of course, brother, feel free if you want to add on. So, we have Shanji Kem who joined us. She wrote Hotep Shaka and the Nguyen family. She wrote, I do know that they have receipts and diaries of the masons that were building. She added it was used for general communication, but not necessarily the hieroglyphs. There are many texts in museums that have not being deciphered. Donnie Williams tells R. Stallworth that it has a couple of different uses. Wab Funk wrote entertainment too, to tell stories and histories. Japanese kanji is still pictorial. People forget that Mozart was conceptualized to hunt Nazis. They would literally go around the world hunting and murdering Nazis. There's a movie about that called Munich. You just get the picture. But even with that movie, people knew, the Mossad, they would just travel around and travel quite freely in many different countries and just murk whoever's on their list. You know what I'm saying? Now, Sanji Kim said, yes, feel free, brother.
The amazing thing is that, from that last comment is most of those folks, they bring them in alive, which is why I always defend any black people that these police kill and whatnot. I don't care what they did, because if you can bring in people who committed the Holocaust, if you can handcuff them and bring them in safely.
Well, there's a few white-skinned people who attack policemen with knives, and they are alive to tell their stories.
Stabbing a cop, I saw that on video. Stabbing a cop all up in the
Yeah,
neck.
actually, yeah, one of them actually got
Bill
stabbed.
Bradley.
And we have the tape for black persons, you know, just hands up. You know, we've seen Oscar Grant, but you know, there's the guy who went towards his cars and his car, and I think the children were in the car, but they just, I mean, that's what we see all the time. It's just messed up. It's just messed up.
Yeah.
It's horrible. So literally, black on black racism. Jews, Jews people used to call people like Reggie and Uncle self-hating Jews. Shanji Kim wrote, I was watching a vid from this genetic researcher today. He has, and we don't have the rest. Andrea Brunet wrote, um, is that why the women have to cover their head so you can't see their kinky hair?
I
Not
think
many
they
of the
talking
women
about
would
the
love
NO.
it. Yes, of course, yes. I wouldn't say that's why they have to cover their hair. I mean, Muslim women, a lot of them, you know, do cover their hair. Not all of them, but many of them do. Some would just wear the scarf. I'm sorry. Others would just wear the whole veil. So you know, they're just following on some Asiatic tradition. You know, that's what they're doing. You know, some people are just great imitators. You know, they talk about slave names. Oh, you guys are carrying slave names. You know, what are the names that they're carrying? You know, V. Bennett wrote horrible, and I guess that's when I was playing the Supreme Wisdom of Louis Farrakhan. Louis is it the original name? Is it the Asiatic name? But that was just for the record. Shenji Kim wrote, I'm sorry.
That's continued from her last comment.
Oh, I get. Oh, thank you. So earlier she did right. I was watching a vid from this genetic researcher today. He has studied the zebrafish and how they lose their melanin. He was Asian and summarized that all other people were mutants of African people. His words. Check on that. I can't remember which book it is, but he actually touched on albinism. And he might not be the only one, but that's kind of inconvenient, really, you know, when it comes to, you know, people of European descent, you know, how did they come about? You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's sensitive. That's sensitive. So, you know, history, you know, they say we're Afrocentric. So if we start talking about things that are gonna say, oh, you guys are racist.
I mean, look, it's I know how some people mean to put that out there, but all of us have mutations. You know what I mean? The epicanthic iPhones that people in Sudan have, tall, pitch black people in Sudan have them, and short, light-skinned people down in the Kalahari have it. Those are mutations. And yeah, the skin that white folks have is from a mutation. You know.
And maybe it was not albinism. Maybe it's just a lack of exposure to the sun and the UV rays, and maybe they were hanging more in caves, and you know, and so, and maybe the climate also has something to do with it. I mean, who knows? Who knows? There's some things we will never know. You know, what's for sure is that some people have their foot on our necks. Some people have progressed. They have evolved, and they are running things. And what's for sure is that we are making people rich every year with the things we buy, with the places of worship where we go to, that we attend, and the places where we go to abroad, you know? And unfortunately, you have people who are non Abrahamic, who are capping, who are too weak to say, look, you do your thing, I do my thing. We don't go to war, we're not fighting. Some people are drawing us back. Now, we've seen the behavior of a particular elder just over somebody telling him, your methodology is poor. He literally went to war. And yet he has the nerve to write, Sekou started the diaspora war. I mean, do they think it's a joke? Do they think it's a game? Because somebody told him once, your methodology is poor. When in reality, he was hating on the dude way before that. Because they have friends in common. He said it. So that's the people we should follow to get where? I mean, That's your elder right there?
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Cometics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
I mean, you know the movie. Is this your elder? Some people get a password in nearly everything. He even said that the guy plagiarizing was courageous. It's the world upside down. I've been on tape saying that. Andrea Brunet wrote. Okay, I read that one. Now, Wab Funk wrote law. That's an Arab thing, an Indian thing about shaving the hair. Well, for those who don't know, there's a very nice documentary by Chris Rock entitled Good Hair. And we see an Asian dude walking around the streets, I think it's of LA, but he's walking around the streets of America with a suitcase full of hair, and there's like thousands of dollars worth of hair. And they have a festival in India, and I think it's once a year, the ladies shave their head. I'm sorry, they shave their hair, not their head. They shave their hair. Well, we can say they shave their head anyway. It's some sort of religious festival. So those guys, they collect their hair for free and they go and sell it to our sisters who generate billions every year just with fake hair alone. So sister school help us get billions of dollars every year just by being natural. But we heard what Faircon said about being natural. Natural hair is a disease carrier and a disease catcher. Donnie Williams said, I can't believe him. If I ever see him, I'm going to ask him about this. Well, you know, he's gonna, if he answers, gonna blah 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 blah. You beautiful brother. You, when I see you, I see God, and that's it. It's gonna be forgotten. Yes, they told us to hate ourselves using that book. V. Bennett wrote, I believe it's something more serious than just accidental psychology. Followers of NOI are brainwashed. Misty made a $20 super sticker donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I saw your avatar before. I think I saw you, I think on Sanedo Studios. Andrea agrees with Nikki Willie. V. Bennett wrote, Negro and a race. Negro is a white supremacist invention. Well, it comes from the Spanish. It just means black. But in English, it has, at one point, it had a negative connotation. But it was used as a scientific term for a good while, you know. Proper perspective wrote my forever, but I think the Haile Selassie phenotype is a good example of how ancient Egyptians could look and still be considered black African. They could look like this, but what's for sure is that here we have one of the most powerful ruler of Kemet, Amenhotep III, and we can see how he is there. And for the people who don't know, there's plenty of other depictions. But let me share it because, you know, we have black ancient Egyptians, and we have black ancient Egyptians part 2. So let me share first. We have the visual evidence, you know, and people can label them however they want, but the visual evidence speaks for itself. So here is black ancient Egyptians. And I'm going to share part 2. Why not? People want to act like we are pseudos, like we are making stuff up. There are so many, they won't be able to say, oh, this is not Afro, this is not here, this is a crown. Because we have commoners. We don't only have rulers. Those commoners, those workers, they will not have a crown. They are not rulers. You cannot be a worker and a ruler. So here it is, Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. Proper perspective roadmap, however, then go back to Africa. People are operating like agents. It's sad. The way they're moving, I wouldn't even think they could be agents because it's just not strategic at all. It's out of emotion. It's out of jealousy for Jabari, and it's gotten out of control. It's gotten out of hands, you know. African Americans taking credit for Sekou being in Canada, lol. But, you know, we shouldn't say African Americans. We should say FBA. Why not use that term? You know, those are FBA people. And honestly, you know, you probably have some people who will label themselves FBA because they figured, well, we've been here for a while. We contributed to this country, but they will not necessarily have these xenophobic tendencies, you know. And that's why it's sad, you know. Now, proper perspective role, there are more people in the conscious community that are not Pan-African than vice versa. I don't really understand the message here, but Nikki wrote, we can disagree, but being deceptive and slanderous is taking it to another level. Yes, indeed. And some people have taken it to another level. Good fella, Nella, hotep to you. Shanji Ken wrote, Emperor Menelik II was dark-skinned Ethiopian. He was
His Imperial Majesty.
Thank you very much. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie the First's father. Proper perspective with FBA equals agent. Don't be surprised if you see some TikTok and stuff like, oh, look, those guys say that we are agent. You know, they are against us. You know, I told you those guys are no good. Now, Wild Funk wrote, that's how the Zoes became so prominent. Initially, they banded together as Haitians to protect each other from xenophobia. Yes, indeed, Haitian Fridays. You know, there's a documentary about the Zoe Pound. You know, every Friday they would choose a Haitian and beat him up. Proper perspective wrote, it's sad, but when this convo rears its ugly head, it's time to realize those folks were faking all the time. And that's the sad thing. I'm thinking, man, how do you change so quick? Is it the sentiment that they had back then? But you know, no matter, but feel free if you want to add on, brother.
No,
all right, okay.
For some of these folks, you could tell because every couple of years the drift is. You know what I mean? It's real easy to tell with some of them. I actually have not listened to any of those folks from like the House of Consciousness for a long time, man. It was around the last time that I listened to him was when the main guy there, Medu Neter, was like beefing with Seti or whatever, and he mentioned Seti's color, his skin color.
Yeah, he did that. That was wrong. Then, you know, I addressed that. Then, you know, he said, you know, with your yellow AWS, you know,
yeah,
you know, that was in a good mood. Then that was over a decade.
And you know, conflating it with being a coward and stuff like that. I was just like, all right.
Yeah, that was I mean, if we ask him today, I'm sure he will not validate, you know, that act, you know, because
I downloaded it, man. I got it.
Yeah. Oh, I got it somewhere in my archive as well. I think I do. But I mean, back then I addressed it. I didn't agree with it then, and I addressed it then. You know, I uploaded the video and talked about it. You know, but that was years ago. You know, obviously I don't have that account anymore. But when Reggie was tripping about Sekou, Saneda, you know, publicly stated that was wrong. It's like, you know, some white people stuff. It's like stereotype, you know, and I'm glad he did that. You know what I'm saying? Wab Funk wrote, all those North African and Arabs that hang around Chief X's channel and support Ngozi are part of this too. But I have noticed that, you know, Chief X has a lot of Berbers / North Africans / Caucasians, you know, who tend to agree that Egypt was not a black civilization, and any depictions like this one, any painting like this one, they will find some magic words to basically break down and explain that those are not black people. You know what I'm saying? No, they're using social media to social engineer division so the opportunity come up, we'll have another opponent. They're engineering an opponent to stop the come up. Now, Rob Funk wrote, any panel Ngozi goes on, you'll see a flood of North Africans pop up. Well, here, people need to be members to participate in the chat, so we won't have that problem. People put their money where their mouth is. They will not pay for something that they disagree with, unless they have it like that, or they are just paid. It's their work, it's their job. Like they are spies, not to say agent. And Ngozi talked about an imaginary East and West Africa. Well, yesterday, some of you were there when I asked Ngozi, does this one look Caucasoid? Because Ngozi talked about, people, being Caucasoid, and he said yes, but he laughed. First he said, yeah, he looks East African. And then ask him, I'm not asking you if he's if he's East African, I'm asking you, is he Caucasoid? He said, but he laughed. He kept laughing. So he knows deep inside, he didn't sound good. You know what I'm saying? Now, Jason wrote, Ngozi couldn't answer me when I asked where they're melanated in skin color and where they're African. If so, then they are black. And a lot of time when a question is inconvenient, then people would just not answer it. But if you're seasoned, you will insist. You not spend your whole evening, but you will insist. But a lot of people, and I'm not talking about Ngozi, but a lot of people are just disingenuous, Some people are skilled being disingenuous, And you have a female cat who was on his channel with his Power Ranger groupie cheerleaders, and he felt comfortable. He felt good. He was gassed up by some people that are, obviously we can tell who gassed him up. And then he realized that he was no match. And he came up with a elaborate scenario. And now it's just, a thing of the past. On life support, trying to survive with the rest of his zombies, but his whole squad is dead. So since his squad is dead and they were humiliated, and what they're doing now, they are being anti-African. And the guy is not African American in the first place. Yes, go ahead, brother.
No, I was just gonna say, the basic rule is when it's time to attribute anything good to black people, it becomes very difficult to determine who is black. But if it's
this is something bad, yeah, it's very easy. He's black, he's black, he's black, he's black. They're all black. But when it's something good, well, actually, he's not sub-Saharan. He's not West African. He is East African with Caucasoid features. And a lot of people are highlighting the fact that our dear brother has a particular belief system. I remember on Amara Squad when he used to, go in on Islam. He was very critical of Islam, but everybody has the right to change. But what people are highlighting is that his belief system plays a part in his narrative, in his statements, and things that he's talking about. Now, Nikki Willie wrote, they accommodate pedos, scammers, and gangsters. A lot of gangsters are not pedo. A lot of gangsters are not even scammers. Some of them sell a product. Others provide services,
But that's a way to tell who's who. If they accommodate pedophiles and scammers and stuff, that's a way to tell.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, we have Trackfield, the leader of the dead Dagger Squad, and this is what he said himself. And did he lie on the brother? Why would he say that publicly?
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
You know, some people might get the wrong message. They might feel like, well, as long as I'm African American, I can do all these things. I will not get criticized. Because ultimately, they will interpret that as the message. They will not criticize me. We're all in this together. Oh, I don't care about his private life. Well, I don't care about his personal life. I mean, the degree that somebody has claimed publicly, it is apparently private life and personal life. So can you imagine somebody touching on the baby, on a minor? You know? Good fella Nella wrote, yo, I saw Reggie made a short video on Sekou spelling dangerous propagandist, xenophobia. You've seen it, Shaka? Well, I've seen it. You know, we talked about it earlier. But apparently it was taken down off, as a YouTube short. But the wrong has been done already. But hold on. Mentuson wrote, Sana, they're giving them life with these channels. But I unsubbed all them dudes' personal channels. If it wasn't for Sa, they would be nowhere. If it wasn't for Sa, we wouldn't really hear about them. But Sanetta will have Sekou on his panel. You know, I've watched the beginning of Zion Lex and Jabari. I scroll through it, you know, because Zion Lex is living in a fantasy world. You know, it's the guy who said that Nyame is Yahweh. You know. And maybe some people will defend that linguistically, you know. But he's on tape saying Nyame is Yahweh, you know. So, but he knows Hebrew and he knows a little bit of Medu Neter. So, you know, contrary to most people of the conscious community, he knows more than one language. It's not an obligation to know more than one language, but, you know, it helps when you deal with ancient history, you know. Most scholars who deal with ancient history will know more than one language. And linguists will know more than one language, but we have some anthropological linguists who only speaks just one language. He tried to speak French, and I showed that he was a mess. He changed the meaning, but anyway,
they still doing stuff like that just because they kind of sound a little bit similar. Yahweh, Nyame.
That's exactly, brother. That's linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics. The guys who say, "Oh, Israel is Isis Ra'el." Islam is I self, Lord and Master, or I self, Law and Master. Allah is arm, ahead. That's and a lot of people fail for stuff like that, you know. And still in 2023, apparently, you know, but at least in 2022, we've heard so much linguistic gymnastics. I mean, we even heard that the word fly, the English word fly, comes from the Medu Neter Heper, you know, and that doesn't faze anybody, you know. But apparently, there's a holy grail. If you are African American, you can say anything, you know, they will defend you. And remember, we heard Reggie when Saneda said that he disagreed with Reggie's stance. Reggie said, "Oh, you're not sticking up with me." Saneda says, "I stick with the information," and that's honorable to say that. You know, I've had my disagreement with Saneda in the past. He might have not been aware of it, you know, because he always had a large platform. But for him to say that, you know, yes, even if you have friends, you have homies, family members, stick with the information. Wrong is wrong. Now, oh, Mentusan wrote, Shaka, your package is shipping Monday. I appreciate that, brother. And I will do just like I did with Smash Rockwell. I will display it. You know, that's a good look, man. Now, V. Bennett wrote, the photo looked like the average black man in a federal pen. Wow. Kramer is a fraud. Kramer is the guy who had the quote unquote meltdown.
Yeah.
Nikki really wrote, look at Shaka Afro. Shaka's Afro. I had an Afro for a long time. Stephen Pascal wrote, Mentu, son, I did the exact same thing. Oh yeah, talking about unsubbing. But yeah, when I watched the beginning of Jabari and Zion Lex discussion, Saneda, you know, addressed Sekou. You know, Sekou will be on Saneda Studios, and it's going to be painful for these guys. These things are backfiring, and these things allow us to identify the xenophobes, because many people are xenophobes or xenophobic, you know, and it's sad. But once again, we don't hear the elders, so I guess we are the elders now. We're going to be the elders. I mean, at some point, I mean, how bad does it have to be for the elders to speak? The elders are not speaking about people touching on babies because apparently it might be private life or personal life, you know. But people making anti-African statements. How is it justified? Munich was a powerful movie. Yeah. Oh, it was Spielberg. I didn't know. Nikki Willie wrote Shaka, they have time to be slandering Seku. They don't see what's happening in Florida. The governor's ban on African American studies. I want someone to explain it to me. Well, I wasn't even aware of that, you know.
Right.
That's gross. That's gross. I mean, can't they go to the Supreme Court or something? Have you heard about that, brother?
Yeah. Ron DeSantis did that.
So all over Florida is banned.
It's supposed to be like this a special course in college. It's not African American history or whatever like in all schools. And his issue was that in that particular course there was some LGBT, because that's his main thing, is that he's anti-LGBT stuff. So there was a in that particular African American studies course, there was some stuff about queer people in African American history, basically, and he didn't like that. So
I understand. And well, some people are mixing the struggles. LGBT people are very powerful, very, very, very powerful. You know, they don't even need black folks, but if they have black folks by their side, they're going to be even more influential. They're going to have even more influence. But they're rolling on a lot of paper that have a lot of influence. You know, I mean, you can use the N word and so many racial profanity, you'll be all right. Was it Joe Rogan? We had a few tapes of him using the N word. If you would have used the F word, the derogatory term towards homosexuals, yeah, it'll be a different story, you know. But some people like mixing the struggles, so you know, it's on them. But Florida seems to be a wealthy state. A lot of people spend their holidays over there during the winter. And that guy, what's his name again? The right ring dude, the KKK dude, Duke.
Oh, David Duke.
Yeah, he's in Florida, isn't it? Like Palm Beach or something like that.
I have no idea.
Yeah, at one point he was over there. You know, he was over there. So, yeah. But anyway, if you've been at with climate, the rays in the northern sun are not the same as the ones on the equator. They're just doing it for cash up money. The being product is setting stupidity. Reggie sounds like another ethnic group that. Okay, V Bennett is not letting go on that. V Bennett wants some documentation. He wants some showing and proving. Mental son wrote, Reg fell off. It's so sad. Hey, it's I mean, it is what it is, you know. And like I said, there was Aisha Sekhmet. Some of you heard about her. The white man B. She wasn't even a war star. She wore with SETI, you know.
She had
like
that
I said, yeah. I bought 2 of her albums, and one day, I don't know what happened. Well, I know a lot of people criticize her because she was a dancer back in the day, and there was a video of her dancing like naked or half naked, so they pulled that up, But I think she had tough skin. She did not hide her past of dancing. Eve used to dance. There's a picture of Eve, not many clothing on. People do their thing, they come up. Cardi B used to dance, so there's a video of Cardi B. She didn't have that many clothes on, you can come up, but there was a hiatus. We didn't hear about her. The next thing I know, she's supporting Trump. I was like, dang, So sometimes people change their stance, and that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So Reggie obviously he has changed his stance. Brother Uncle also has changed his stance, and that's how it is. But people will not necessarily remain the same or remain in the same fight or struggle all their lives. That's what it is. It's not on the end of the world. But at this point, we don't even know what we stand for real, because like it has been shown, we accept people who torture women and who molest children. So we should, what do we accept and what is it that we don't accept? We celebrate pseudos, we congratulate pseudos. You know what I'm saying? We're not being scientific. All those guys claim to be following science and they quote scholars, but for a strange reason, there's some people who are not scholars who say nonsense and they defend them just because they like Pookie. Oh, I like Pookie. But anyway.
Yeah, people are they're dedicated to, like, the cult of personality, basically. So
and that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Their allegiance is to
personality
people.
cult. Yes, their allegiance. Your allegiance should not make you accept pseudo statements.
Mm-hmm.
The friendship scholarship, I mean, it's a bad look, and those people don't realize it. Yes, so now people are gonna be like, "Hey, weren't you one of the guys who's, following this pseudo dude?" They'll be like, "No, no, no, it wasn't me." Yeah, we have you on tape, brother. Here's the tape. No, I was high, man. I was drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a point about mutation is to refute Farrakhan's comment, which is obviously self-hating and incorrect, but also scientifically wrong. I mean, it's wrong on so many levels. But we don't hear the elders. We have elders in the community. We have apparently Pan-African organizations. We don't hear them about that. You know what I'm saying? What's the point of having a community when some anti-black statements are being made and people don't address it?
Even stuff about like darks, like dark pitch black skin being first is not necessarily scientific. It's not really one or the other. The oldest people that they have, you always hear them talk about the San people, which are light skinned people generally.
The Khoisan, yeah.
Yeah. And you have also the Hadza people. They're further east in like Tanzania and stuff. And they're darker skinned people. Not pitch black, but they're darker and they're short statured people as well. And their DNA is right around there with the San and even a little bit older. So it's not one or the other. And when it comes to the hair thing, unless you're talking about some like non-Homo sapiens, the oldest folks, when you're talking about Homo sapiens, have curly hair. Talking about Farrakhan's statement about straight hair being the first and whatnot. So, like the people over in it's so funny. The people over in Australia, the indigenous folks in Australia.
Yes.
I know that they look the way that they look because of admixture with like Neanderthal and Denisovan people and whatnot, people. And I'm thinking that's where they get their straighter hair from. I don't know, because the other folks in that region, like in Papua New Guinea and whatnot, have that same general look about them because they have that same admixture, but their hair is still kinky. So I don't know.
But there are, if I'm not mistaken, there's a few. Don't we have a few people in Australia, the Aborigines or Aboriginals, that have kinky hair? Don't we have a few?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever seen one with, you know what I mean, like this.
Yeah, like nappy. Yeah. Well.
I've seen straighter and curlier, looser curls.
Yeah.
But,
All right. Now, good fella Nella wrote, "Man, I can't stop laughing when I see Reggie's face in that video." So that's the one where he says he bangs against the comedics. I think Farrakhan said that to make him seem superior, like with his thin nose, straight hair, and light skin, and to validate Farad complexion. I mean, who knows? But that's just
it wasn't arbitrary. That was there's videos of Malcolm teaching stuff like that. That was just an NOI teaching period.
Yes, NOI teaching.
Make it up.
Yeah. It's the doctrine of the Nation of Islam, because a lot of people say, well, Farrakhan was tripping on that. Malcolm never taught that. Malcolm actually taught similar things. But the hair not being original. He's on tape saying that. He didn't have the same spin as Farrakhan, and that comes from Elijah Muhammad. And we have some of it in Message to the Black Man, Elijah Muhammad's most famous book, more famous than
Who compliments the most is the guy that you mentioned, Fraud Muhammad.
Yes, indeed. Elijah Muhammad claimed that he got that teaching from Far Muhammad, but it is possible that Elijah Muhammad said that Fad's claim stuff, but I mean, some people say that he was Elijah Muhammad's brother who was, supposed to take the lead. But I mean, those people, everything that they say is correct and it's true and it's real. There's no lies, there's no mistakes. Even with the wives, they were first labeled prostitutes and later on they become wives.
I'm pretty sure Farrakhan would not say those things today.
Well, I will not say the way he said it, maybe, but he will not go against the doctrine of Elijah Muhammad. That's one thing he doesn't do. And he's not the only one. Most of the NOI members, they will not go against the teachings.
Yeah, in this day and age, because I think what was that? Probably the 80s or something like that, 90s.
I think it was 1992.
92. It was before the internet and whatnot.
Well, actually, sorry to cut you off, but in 2012, I had to take. I looked for it. I mean, I might have it in some of my archive, but he was at a university in 2012, 20 years later, and he said we didn't have kinky hair, but then he didn't repeat the same thing, but he actually did that. And back then, maybe some people remember that I had that on my page, but keep going, brother.
No, I mean, that's my point right there. I don't think he would say it the same way today.
No, not the same way. No, not the same way. Yeah. You definitely not say the same way. Definitely not. Now, Proper Perspective wrote, I hate to disagree with you, but African American includes those who descend from slavery, live in Canada, Mexico, North America, the Caribbean, Central America, and Brazil, etc.
I understand.
Well, I mean, I understand what you mean. Mexico, but
all the Americas.
I mean, yeah, it's I understand, but South America. Yeah.
I don't refer to myself because I'm from Jamaica, but I don't refer to myself as African American. I call Black.
Well, if we listen to Tariq Nasheed, he would definitely not say that the Caribbeans are African American. I mean, it's been dissing Caribbeans too, and like I said, we have Kool Herc with hip hop. He talked about hip hop. I think he wanted to do a documentary, to try to show that Kool Herc, is not one of the instrumental guys with hip hop. I mean, Tariq Nasheed has been wilding lately. He's been wilding. He has an audience. He has an audience. It pays the bill. So hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, okay. Ron DeSantis is smokescreening that issue. He just does not want real Black history to be taught. Now, V. Bennett wrote, my family is, yes, it was one of the largest slave plantation, and now it's the largest Fed pen. Now, Shirley says that her family is also from Bennettsville, SC. Well, I don't know what SC.
South Carolina.
Thank you, South Carolina. Last name Lyles and Wright. Yes, my family migrated north, some of a few generations back, but many stayed. We have family reunions up and down the East Coast still. Mentusan wrote, yes, some have nappy blonde hair. Yeah, I've seen the blonde hair, but the blonde hair that I've seen there, well, some were kind of straight and some were more like curly. And I don't know if I've seen some were like nappy, maybe, but Now, V. Bennett traced the Lies family back to, I traced the Lies family back to 1812 on the plantation in South Carolina. Proper Perspective agrees with us. It is indeed an NOI teaching, And once again, a message to Black men. Elijah Muhammad talked about that on table. So he talks about, we were more delicate, and he made us so we could endure the life in the jungle, and the jungle of East Asia, that's Africa, like Farrakhan said. So this is the teaching, the doctrine of the Nation of Islam. And where I describe Black Asians like Pakistan and India. I guess Khalid was the only one who couldn't teach that. Well, I don't think he would have been comfortable teaching that.
Yeah, I don't think so. But plus, I who knows if that kind of video exists of him? But I would just
we would have seen it by then. We would have seen it, and particularly
like
to defend Farrakhan, they would have played it because even one guy, what was his name? That young Nation of Islam dude, is Ben X. Ben X. He played the audio of Malcolm X talking about we didn't have kinky hair in defense of Farrakhan, and Ben X said that Farrakhan's video is taken out of context. You know what I'm saying? So he was trying to do damage control. You know.
Yeah, I like to think Khalid wouldn't.
I don't think so. But he knew about this teaching. You know, this is message to the black man, and you know, and that tape was 92. Khalid Al Muhammad made his transition in 2001, so he had to know about that. You know, I'm sure he knew about that. He was number 2. You know, but he had to know about this teaching. Nashen Chikem wrote, "Oh yeah, I heard Farrakhan said that to counter Malcolm's speech on who told you to hate yours." No, he didn't. He didn't say that to counter Malcolm's speech. I wouldn't say that. He said that because that's the Nation of Islam doctrine teaching. I don't think it would make sense for him to try to counter that speech because the "Who told you to hate yourself" speech of Malcolm X is one of the most famous speech of Malcolm X. You know. So, and I think Killer Mike uses that as the intro for his song Pressure, you know, put the pressure on him, featuring Ice Cube, you know. Now, Kinetic Energy wrote that's just a third of it. The 120 lessons which came from the NOA, 122 questions asked by Elijah Muhammad and answers by W.D. Fard in 1930 are a complete impertinence. Do we have the whole thing online? Because I saw so many books. But for those who don't know, I have what they call the 120 here. I'm going to share the link in the chat. And the 120, for those who wonder, that's how the NGE, Nation of Gods and Earth, or 5%ers call it. The 120, the actual facts. Then we have the 110, which is a student enrollment. You have the 114, which is a lost found Muslim lesson number 1. The 140, which is a lost found Muslim lesson number 2. The 136, the English lesson number C1, and the problem book. Now, some words were changed in the Nation of Gods and Earth, you know, but broadly it is the same, you know. So if there's any more to it, then feel free to share with me. Now, hold on. Hold on. I got your email Christopher Davis, but by the looks of it, the Medu Neter would not be a popular topic, unfortunately. It's sad to say that, but it is clear and obvious. So I'm planning on keep on uploading videos from the museums. There's another museum that I'm planning on going to soon, but I still have some videos from museums. Later on, people might evaluate more, and we can have discussions about it. But however, you know, if you want to get on a panel and talk about any other topic, you know, you're more than welcome. So let me know, brother. But you know, I'm going to reply. I don't know if you're hearing now, but I'm going to reply to your email, Christopher Davies. So
no, I'm so glad I didn't have to go through the NOI stuff in my journey and whatnot, and just, you know, a lot of other things in general. Because I remember a brother tried to give me a Quran once or whatever. He wasn't NOI though, but yeah, like I came up, you know, regular Christian, you could say, because my pops wasn't really into church like that. Like my father would go to church once a year, right around Christmas time or whatever, for some reason.
It's very liberal. I wish my dad was like that, man.
Yeah. Other people in my family that I had stayed with at times, my uncle and aunt and whatnot, they were more strict about it. But I was never into it. Like the church was always a very boring thing to me. And then when I came of age, when I was like 18 years old or so, 19 or so, is when I got into around 20 is when I got into I got into the Hebrew Israelite stuff. But my thing was personal though. I was never into any groups or nothing. It was just about me just reading and coming to certain conclusions by myself or whatever. And around 20s when I got into that, just personally in my own home basically, and I was out of it by 22, something like that, 23. Because it was two main things for why I got out of it. One was when I did begin to speak to some other folks that were into it, it was just clear that there was a very strong anti-black, anti-African element going on with them. I just didn't like the splitting up of you're supposed to be people of Ham and people of Shem and whatnot. And they were looking down on the quote unquote people of Ham,
the Hamites.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep going. There's one thing I want to say. Yes.
And
After.
The only other thing was that I always had a problem with the I guess you could say the ethnogenesis of the Israelites or whatever. When God in the Bible is telling them to go into Canaan and kill everything that breathes, take the land for yourself or whatnot. I was just like, that doesn't seem very African. That doesn't seem like something that we do. Go and wipe out a people and claim that God told us to do it. I don't know.
Then they want this came in. Then we have the teenager Yara, who talked about Kemet and say, who an evil like that, and then we spoke, and that's when he ended up labeling me a dummy. But those guys, this, I mean, we're talking about those children making fun of the prophet. I think it's Elisha. And then the two bears went and killed children. He was like, no, they were not children. You know what I'm saying? The Hebrew word says this, so they were like, it could be up to 25. I mean, he went on, and then at one point I said, well, even if they're not children, isn't it wrong? And then he obviously got upset and he labeled me a dummy. So then Chris Harris kicked him out of the panel. I mean, those guys, it is what it is.
Yeah,
But,
like I'm familiar with people in history who done stuff like that, wipe people out and claim that a higher power basically mandated for them to do it. Whether you're talking about a quote unquote God or a scientific theory, a quote unquote scientific theory. So I was just like, nah, I don't like that. So
I mean, the issue with Mount Sinai, the golden calf. I want to see how many people were killed when Moses, according to the stories, not that I believe this thing took place, but when he returned, I don't know if it's 6,000 people were killed. Hold on. And that's actually when Moses told God to repent, and God repented. That's bold. Hold on. It is Exodus. Is it 33? I just want to have the figure of the amount of people who were killed. Okay, let me see here. Exodus 24. Okay, so let me go to 24. Exodus 24. You know what? 24. And let me see, 25. Oh my goodness. Somebody knows, well, even if they put it in the chat now, by the time I see it. Let me try something else. I'm gonna put golden calf murder. So how many people were killed. There's an article about this. I think it's thousands, like 6,000. Well, never mind. I'm not gonna spend my whole evening on that. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, what I wanted to say. Yesterday I had a look. We had a sister Kimberly, but she didn't say that it was Tazariak, Captain Tazariak, who labeled her a Hamite dog. She said it was one of his followers, but I read too quickly. So there was a misunderstanding. I even asked her, is that username like one of Captain Tazariak's name, or whatever? But no, it was one of his followers. Where was I? So Goodfellow Nella wrote that Tahaka is fooling exposing Tariq. I mean, Tahaka said that Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden were melanated, and Tahaka is exposing nearly everybody. That's one of the things he does the most. So Kinetic Energy wrote, I quoted 120 verbatim for 10 years straight, shaking my head. What a fool I was. I mean, hey, you live and you learn. Shirley wrote, trust me, it isn't about being xenophobic, it's about hatred for Jabari. There's a hatred for Jabari, and for many people, there's a disdain, not to say a hatred for Kemet or followers of Kemet, followers of Ma'at, but there is also xenophobia. It's a reality. A lot of people are. Some even don't realize that they are. But deep inside, they always feel superior to other people, not just Africans, but other black people. Some people really feel like, because of their geographic location, they are superior in intelligence, in knowledge, and so on. V. Bennett is asking Shirley, do you think Reggie face? Okay, I see that. I'm gonna pass on that. Second Infinite.
Talking about his hairline and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's V. Bennett. He wants some answers. He wants some answers. So, Second Infinite Energy Empress. Well, I subscribe to this channel because I agree with the knowledge. I am a knowledge seeker. It's my favorite pastime. Well, I would say it's my favorite pastime as well. But I'm glad you're here, sister. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad all of you here, actually. Now in the chat, I only have supporters. That's the way it is. Only the supporters who can participate in the chat. And I'm loving it. And Kinetic Energy is telling Secret that she is in the right place. So we have a few people welcoming the sister. She came on a panel once, but the internet connection wasn't great. These guys are trying to argue Kemites are Caucasians, but Israelites are Negroes. Oh man. Sacred is asking to Venet, how did he highlight the name? Brothers and sisters, all you have to do is to tap the at, for the at Gmail, for example, when you have an email address, and immediately after you type in the person's username, but it needs to be spelled the same way. So here you have Sacred space Infinite space Energy. Now maybe if it's lowercase and uppercase, it might not make a difference. Now on the YouTube chat, if you put at and then SA, you will have a proposition, so that makes it easy. But it doesn't do it all the time, from what I've noticed. So then the name will be highlighted only for the person that was quote unquote tagged, well, that's what V. Bennett is kind of explaining here. Now Wab Funk is saying that Tahaka Bay is a joker. V. Bennett is on that stuff again. Well, okay. I went through all the comments. But what I'm proposing, well, actually, it's been 3 hours. It's been 3 hours. If people wanted to get on the panel, they would have gone on the panel. So, is there some other thing you would like to share with the brothers and sisters?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's 1:33 a.m. right here. I've been live streaming for 3 hours. Yeah. I'm in France right now. But and I'm not mad. I'm not sad. I'm not angry. But I did say before that, when I talk about the Medu Neter, there's not many people, and I was expecting that there will be, more people calling to ask questions about it. But it's okay. You have to adapt. You have to adapt. The Medu Neter is something that a lot of people are not familiar with. A lot of people are not ready to learn it. So it's fine. It's okay. Some people are taking classes. There's a person, that enrolled like yesterday. So we're gonna start this Sunday. We have some other people who happen to be in the chat as well taking classes. So we're gonna get there. But
hey, question to you real quick.
Yes, brother, feel free.
When you were learning Medu Neter, your approach to learning it, how do I say this? Like I've taken tree classes before, right?
With who, if you don't mind me asking?
Obadele, you probably know him.
Obadele Campbell, Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD. Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, this was back in like 2007 or so, and online. When it was me and a bunch of other folks that was in the class and whatnot, and a lot of people were having problems with it. I really wasn't having much of any problems with it, with learning it, as well as with the pronunciation. It came very easy to me, right? And because for me, I was doing it because I just noticed so many things. So I wasn't approaching it from the standpoint of like an English language brain, I guess you could say. I was going at it more so from a Jamaican Creole type brain, because the structure of the language and whatnot was pretty much the same.
Yes.
So I always tell folks, like, up here, if you're gonna learn a African language, you should probably approach it like if whatever Creoles that you can think of up here, whether it's just general African American Creole, or Creole from the Gullah Geechee folks or Louisiana, whatever, whichever one you can think of that try to put your mindset there first and then go to learning that language, because it'll probably be easier. But that's what I was wondering, if there was anything like that going on with your approach to Medu Neter, or
Yes, because I speak Haitian Creole because my parents were born in Haiti. And for example, when we say my house, we say kai moi. Kai is the word for house, and moi is the word for me or my. And in Medu Neter, I would say pere I. So the word order is like that. Now in English, we say my house. In French, we say ma maison, which is just my house in French. So that was quite helpful, for example, I was quite lucky because I came across some softwares. So that really saved me a lot of time, and then, I got the boost, but, it took the time. It took the time. It took, I mean, I would have been in a different place if, I mean, some people say what doesn't kill you make you stronger, because I lost thousands of subscribers. I had to start from scratch and all that. But at least I know those people are fake. I'd rather find out that people are fake as early as possible rather than later on, when I really build something solid and they destroy something that's very strong and very solid. If they kind of destroy or slow down an effort when it's at its inception, it's not the same as if something is really built and established. It doesn't take many people to destroy a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be selective. But for the record here, we have Proper Perspective, who wrote, actually, I logged on for the Medu Neter. I just figured I missed that part of the show, Law. Well, actually, you see the title says Hieroglyphic Questions and Answers. Feel free to ask whatever question you want. Now, I wasn't going to do a Medu Neter class, but, if people want to get on the panel and talk about the Medu Neter, ask about the Medu Neter, then feel free to get on the panel. I don't mind.
You about to do another 3 hours, man? 1:30.
Well, I don't work on Saturday, so I don't mind. Maybe not another 3 hours, but with the Medu Neter, it's like I will not see the time fly. You know what I'm saying? But I'm really encouraging people, whether they know the Medu Neter a little bit or they don't know it at all. Feel free to come and ask your questions. Feel free to ask. Now, maybe it's a bit inconvenient that I ask people to show their face, and I can understand. But later on, if we have more members, I might do just live stream for members only. You know, and then if I do live stream for members only, then I don't even need to ask people to show their face because I know they are subscribers. They are supporters, not just subscribers, but supporters, members of the channel. So no, I will see. Later on, I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind doing live streams for members only. I have in the past, what I'm saying, but there were so few members back then, so I stopped. But now we have more and more. Like nearly every live stream, there's a new person that joined the channel, and feel free to tell the people that that they can join this channel as well. I'm not saying don't check the other channels, but I have 18 years of experience and presence online, and I know a thing or two, and I've been consistent over the years. So I think you can learn a fair bit. What I'm saying. But by all means, if you have any questions. Now, let me see. We have a few new comments. Now, I don't know what 3,000 stands for. I don't know if it's a way to say 1,000%, like I agree with you, and it's I don't know. Now, proper perspective is asking what time you're starting on Sunday. Now, Sunday it's a one-on-one private class that I'm having. So it's not going to be a live streaming. It's a person that actually signed up for the Medu Neter class. Now, Kinetic Energy Road, I want to discuss the Moscow mathematical papyrus with you, but I'm in no jurisdiction to go to the live right now. Kinetic Energy Road, the translations have been debated by two honorable translators, Struve and T. Eric Pete. Oh, thank you. Stephen Pascal said it's Exodus 32:28. So let me see. Exodus 2 and then 28. How many people were murked? $3,000. 3,000. I was wondering if it was 6,000. 3,000 people were murked just like that. Just like 3,000.
Oh, okay.
And I'm talking about, when they did the golden calf and Moses came back and he ordered people to be murked, people who were not down with the program, what I'm saying? I mean, the God's body count is like
yeah, I see.
It's hard
way
to buy.
higher than Satan. Way higher than Satan.
Well, some people have highlighted that as well, but because it comes from God, it's all good, it's all right, and now Pete has debated Struve on his translating of the word area dealing with geometry in the Moscow papyrus. Well, digging soon. Proper perspective. Yes, go ahead, brother. Feel free.
There's a brother, may even be more than one. I don't know, but at least one brother out there has been trying to make links between languages in West Africa and languages in Europe, mainly like Greek, Latin, or whatever. I read a little. I can type up some words on Google and I'll come up with it because I just remember seeing something that even I had thought about, because there's always do
you mind looking up the name for us?
Oh, let's see.
Yeah. In the meantime, proper perspective wrote, I'm still trying to take the class. Well, whoever wants to take the Medu Neter class with me is very simple. You can contact me on this email address. Make sure you copy and paste it so you avoid any mistakes. I wish I could have had my forever@gmail.com, but it's taken, so that's the address I've been using for years. And feel free to give me your availabilities, tell me which time slots you will be available, but just reach out to me and I'll reply to you. Oh, the Ferretis has joined us. Well, Sacred Infinite Energy says that she's interested in learning as well. It's the same thing. I was just share the email address, so just contact me. For those who don't know, it's not free of charge. It's $10 per class because many people contacted me. Say I'm interested in the class. And I said, okay, well, it's $10 per class. You just need to send the money up front via PayPal. Here's my PayPal, and then I wouldn't hear from them anymore. So just so that brothers and sisters, it's not free of charge. It's $10 per class. Other people charge up to $50 per class, and even more. Some people charge even more than 50 per class. Some might not charge per class. They might, have some package. But if you make the calculation, it amounts to over $50 for one class. And the class is 1 hour for those who wonder. Sometimes I go over time, particularly the first class, because not everybody goes at the same speed, and I like to end where we actually get to read a sentence. I think it's good when you first learn the language that you get to, particularly there's such an ancient language that you can read a short sentence, So, Now, I would not be able to write thank you for your presence, but I can show the word thank you. I have to pull up my slide. I'm not going to write it. I'm just going to put it because on this piece here, I don't even have any software to write to come up with the hieroglyphic transcript. But hold on, I'm going to show you what thanks or thank you look like. It's opening right now. It's loading. It's a bit slow to load on the keynote stuff. It's more than a little bit slow. It's quite slow. I have too many screen prints. I'm going to get rid of them. It's almost done. It's just a bit slow loading. But I know that's keynote, All right, so how do we hide the other side? And presentation. Okay, there it is. The word for thank you. There it is. Let me share the screen now. Okay, I'm good. So people say, this Macs are so convenient, blah blah blah. But there's a few things that would be strange, but it's okay. So here you have the word dua. Dua means thanks, and it also means to worship, to pray. So dua is the word for thank you. Dua.
I think I'm gonna have to contact a brother I know, Kwesi Konadu, because I think I had gotten the name from that guy, of the brother that I'm thinking about, but I can't remember his name right now.
Well, it's okay. What? Feel free to just tell us what you wanted to say about that brother.
Just I was wondering if you'd ever heard of it, because when it comes to conversations, sometimes that we'd have Jamaicans or whatever would have about the Creole, there would always be a lot of assumptions that a word that we're using is actually an English word and we're misusing it, blah blah blah. But then you do a little bit more research, you come to find out, no, actually that's an African word. It just sounds, similar or the same as an English word or whatever, for whatever reason.
But there are some African words like you say nyam, like to eat. I'm gonna nyam this. And I spoke to a brother from Zimbabwe, and he said in my language, nyam means I forgot exactly, but I think he said it either means food or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think in Kiswahili, nyama I think means meat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that word is all over Africa. I remember running into some Sudanese folks in Chicago one time, and I was talking to them about it, and I mentioned like in Jamaica we'll say nyami nyami for it's a version of nyam, and that's matter of fact. Lil Kim in her breakout song back in the 90s, I can't remember. Yeah, I got no time for fake. Blah, blah, blah. She has a part there where she says, "No leaky leaky."
Yeah.
Something something. She gets that from an old song from a Jamaican artist called Tiger from back in the 80s, and he had a song called Wanga Gut where he talked about where he said no licky licky no nyami 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 is a person who is like greedy when they're eating like voraciously or whatever. So these Sudanese folks that I had met, they said that nyami nyami for them meant cannibal.
Okay, but still has something to do with eating. You know, the meaning is like similar. And you know what I find interesting is that now I forgot which Medu Neter term it is, but this doubling, you know, in Haitian Creole, sometimes we say, you know, c'est aller là-bas. It's basically repeating of going. It's like saying, it's going, I'm going over there. It's difficult for me to translate.
I think I already know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
Yeah, you see, and in Kiswahili, they have a term which is hodi hodi. Like before you enter a room, you say hodi hodi so the person knows. They have another term which is pole pole. I mean, the word is really pole, which means slow. Or, you know, if you don't understand, you can say pole pole, slow down. You know, the fact that they're saying it twice and then you saying yami yami, so you can see. I mean, usually in the European languages, you don't really have terms like that are repeated like that. You know, but you know, but brother Radio One, thank you for calling in. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yes, peace, brothers. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Yes, loud and clear. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yes. Peace, brother Shaka. Peace.
Don't worry about it.
Full name.
you just say Femi or something or Joe.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
Femi one. Okay.
Afimi wuna, Afimi wuna un. Afimi wuna un.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
But brother, I was watching the live stream yesterday. Yeah, and I was gone, like I was away from my house like all day. Yeah, so I wish there was a live stream that I could have jumped on, but but now I was disturbed by some of the misinformation that I heard. You know, brother Ngozi. I really don't have too much to say about him. You know, all I can say about him is that he's a Muslim. You know, that explains, you know, why he thinks the way he does. But you know, because it seems like, you know, everybody who says that, you know, we not the Egyptians and all this and that they always seem to be someone of the Abrahamic faith. You know, it's either coming from a Christian or a Muslim. You know, as you know, the same people who say, you know, wicked Pharaoh, you know, the Egyptians oppressed the Israelites. You know, you know that it has a lot to do with that. You know, and that's an agenda that they have. You know, to try to discourage our people from thinking that they are the Egyptians. You know, because that's that Abrahamic faith talking. You know, that's that's what it is. You know, we know that the Muslims, Christians, they all anti-Egyptian, they all anti-Kemet. We know that. You know, but yeah, and that has a lot to do with it. You know, and you know, a lot of these guys who say that, when you do their background, you know, it's gonna come up, you know, that they was once a Muslim or a 5%er, and that's that Muslim still in them that's saying that. You know, that's, you know, and that's the reason, you know, because like now Sonetta TV, okay, now we know like a lot of guys that's coming on Sign of the TV, have that are of that Abrahamic, belief. Garfield, it's all up in him. We see it all up in him. He's definitely a undercover Christian. And and I also like I listen to brothers like Shaka Amos, Sarah Sumuseti, young Pharaoh. They will tell you we are the Egyptians. They have no problem saying that. Because we know how strong their belief is in of anti Bible and anti Abrahamic faith. So they have no problem saying that. Yeah, we are the Egyptians. And I myself, I feel the same way. Just as the brother on the panel yesterday, the brother from Senegal, he was saying that, nobody on here is claiming to be Egyptians, but if I was on that panel, I would be like, nope, I'm not me. I do claim that, because first of all, one of the main reasons why I claim it is because I don't believe in stuff that most of these guys do. I just don't believe in it. I think it's garbage. And when I have my panels, when I have my used to have my live streams, I'm going to start doing it again. I have some modern Egyptians, some Somalians, some Ethiopians, some Arabs. They come on there, and I challenge them, because that's how strong my information is. I challenge them that I tell them that no, okay, because they say that, yeah, you from West Africa, African American from West Africa, you got nothing to do with Egypt and all that. But when I show them the source, it's a whole different story. When I pull out the source, it's a whole different story. I'm telling them no, okay? Egypt failed, okay? Pharaoh fled, okay? Pharaoh fled from Egypt. The last native Egyptian Pharaoh fled from Egypt and went into Ethiopia. And that's why I say Ethiopia is important, because a lot of people, a lot of these guys, man, they don't respect my knowledge, and I'm posting up videos. I'm giving you, some of my knowledge, and I'm going to be doing more Patreon videos to give you the, like, what I call my sacred knowledge, the best of my knowledge, and that's why I say Ethiopia is important. And I challenge these guys because, I stick to history. I don't believe in what Ngozi believes in. I don't believe in what Brother Ankh believes in. Every time you see Brother Ankh, he'll talk about science. He always talking about science. And it's like, I want to be on a panel where we can discuss real original history. History does not need science to speak for it. History doesn't need genetics. History can speak for itself. It's like, say like a primitive African tribe, a peaceful African tribe. They got their land, they got their resources, they living in peace. Then all of a sudden you got the colonizer coming saying, yeah, we're gonna force this on you and force this on you. Like, man, we was good before you came. And what you coming with is going to make things worse. So I'm like, on our side of history, I'm teaching history, a real original history, and here these guys come talking about science and genetics and science. All that does is it brings confusion, and when they do that, they're causing confusion and they're lying to our people. Keep science within its own category, okay? Have some respect for history, because there's a history that was around long before this science, all this new age stuff came along. Science, genetics, even genetics. It's a Greek word. It's an ancient Greek word. So they even stole that word from the ancient Greeks. And also, like, I had a problem with what the brother flight doctor said, okay? Because he clearly doesn't respect my knowledge. You know, and I try to, you know, give him some knowledge.
What do you say?
Yeah, where he said, when he said that, you know, we got to stop believing what the ancient Greek writers said, what the non-African, what the Mediterranean world is saying about, you know, Black Africa and all that, and I remember him saying that, you know, that in the ancient Greek writings they had no knowledge of what was below the Sahara, south of the Sahara, and I proved that on my videos time and time again that is a lie. Okay, it was the other way around. They had no knowledge of what was in the middle of the Sahara. Okay, but the people south of the Sahara, they called them Ethiopians, because the Ethiopians, they were not a desert people. They dwelt along rivers. Okay, and the river in south of the Sahara, the river that they dwelt on was what we know as the Niger River. A lot of people don't know that. Okay, but you know, and it wasn't the ancient Greeks who lied about that. It was the modern day 1700s and 1800s European pseudo historians and pseudo geographers who came up with that lie. And there's a video of this lady, Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy, and I made a video debunking her. She was on a show of this guy known as Middle Ages, Antiquities, or something like that. And he was also a racist, you know, because he also believed that the ancient Egyptians weren't black. And she said on that video that, yeah, the people of North Africa were the Ethiopians, and those were the black people of North Africa. You know, and that's just another way of her saying that, you know, the Egyptians were not black. You're looking for black people in North Africa, it's the Ethiopians, not the Egyptians. You know, that's another way of her. And she was trying to be slick, you know, and some of these guys accept what she said, you know, and not even seeing the deception that she was talking. And I made a video showing that no, okay, the only Ethiopians that dwelt in North Africa, because Ethiopians were not a desert people, the only people that dwelt in North Africa were the Ethiopians immediately south of Egypt, which is what we call Lower Nubia or Northern Sudan. Those were the Ethiopians in the north. You had the Western Ethiopians. Those are the Ethiopians below the Sahara. And why is this? Because they dwelt along the Niger River. And the Niger River is far south of the Sahara. Those are your West Ethiopians. See, a lot of people don't know this. You wasn't taught this, okay? And that's what the historians state. So when it says the Ethiopians beyond the Sahara Desert, okay, beyond the Sahara Desert, it's talking about beyond. It's really saying beyond the Sahara Desert, like on the other side of the Sahara Desert. And these were your Western Ethiopians. There were no Ethiopians in the middle of the desert. They were not a desert people. The people in the middle of the desert, they were known as Libyans. Okay, people of North, don't stop selling our people out. Now I heard Brother Smash Rockwell on Sarnetta, you know, teaching that, you know, the Ethiopians were in North Africa. No, that's a lie. The people of North Africa were Libyans. Okay, the people south of the Sahara, the Ethiopians, those were our ancestors in sub-Sahara or West Africa. Okay, stop giving them everything. Okay, the people of North Africa had nothing to do with Ethiopia. Okay, the people of North Africa, that they were Libyans. Okay, and the Libyans, the descendants of the Libyans were the Berbers. Okay, and so on and so on. And that's when, you know, we hear of the Sudan later on. You know, and according to a 12th century, 13th century Arab geographer, the Sahara Desert separated the Berbers from the Sudanese in the south. Okay, the people of Sudan, they're talking about the people of the Ghana Empire, the Mali Empire, the Timbuktu. Those were the people of the Sudan. Those were the true descendants of the Ethiopians. Okay, and the Berbers were the North Africans. Okay, so when you talk about North African, think, you know, you got to think Libyan. The North Africans are the Libyan tribes. The sub-Saharan Africans below the Sahara, those are your Ethiopians. Okay, and that's why we can't give them everything. And what they're doing is it's intentional. They're trying to take you out of history. That's what they're doing, and that's what I had a problem with Brother Flight Doctor saying that. Well, we gotta we gotta disregard all that, and we gotta use come up with terms that that we use in the indigenous land and all that. See, the problem with that is
it's not wrong to say that, is it? To use the original terms.
Yeah. I mean, see, the problem with that is, okay, now you can do that, okay, but you can't disregard what the ancient writers said about our ancestors as well, because you're taking yourself out of history. We know that when it comes to Ethiopia, all sub-Saharan Africans were Ethiopians, but not all sub-Saharan Africans were Nubians or Somalians, or Abyssinians or Beja, but that term Ethiopian applied to all sub-Saharan Africans. Okay, and when they even the Ethiopians on the Nile River, even the far south as the source of the Nile River, those people were called Ethiopians. Okay, but you have a liar like Garfield who would say no, Ethiopia is only it's talking about Sudan, northern Sudan. No, that's a lie. Okay, because I have the records that clearly says that the people dwelling south of northern Sudan, okay, near a lake where the source of the Nile River flows from, those people were called Ethiopians as well, and that area is what we know as modern day Ethiopia. So modern day Ethiopia was also, called Ethiopia. And what Garfield's talking about, he's referring to biblical Ethiopia. Okay, biblical Ethiopia. That's the fake Ethiopia. I mean, come on. I mean, why?
But hold on, brother Radio One. Sorry to interrupt you, but Kinetic Energy wrote, but that's not proof you're Egyptian. Now, why do you claim that you are Egyptian? When you say you're Egyptian, you claim that you are descendant of Egyptian. Do you feel like because they moved after the conquest, then they ultimately went to South Africa? I'm sorry, South Africa, West Africa, or the western part of Africa. But it's not something you can demonstrate. It's not something that you can prove, is it?
Yes. Some people they ask for migration, but a migration is not even really needed because we can show in the ancient histories that they were already there. And when we deal with Ethiopia, that's why I say Ethiopia is important, because a lot of people don't realize that the Ethiopians were more Egyptian than the Egyptians. Everything that's said about the Ethiopians is Egyptian. According to Diodorus Siculus, the Ethiopians were the original people of the Medu Neter. The people of the hieroglyphics. He tells you that.
But Radio One, you know what? When they use the term Ethiopian, they will use it kind of interchangeably for black people, right? Or is it wrong to presume that?
No. That's a lie. The lie that Ethiopian mean burnt face. No, that's there's another Greek word for burnt face. Two different words. Because if Ethiopian meant burnt face, then they would have been called something else. And Ethiopian would have been used for their skin color. But we know that the word used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we know that the word used for their skin color is melas or melancros.
Yes, from which we get melanin from. But the thing is that, so when they talked about Ethiopians, then who are they talking about? Because the land that we know as Ethiopia today, it was not known. The territory was not known to the ancients. The same. So when they use the term Ethiopians, who did they talk about? Do you feel like they were talking about Egyptians?
Yeah. Now that's why we have to stay within the historical context. Okay, because Ethiopian, okay, you can't really like merge it with the Kush and the Medu Neter. Okay, because first of all, the Kush and the Medu Neter was way before Ethiopian. Ethiopian came with the ancient Greeks. Okay, now in Ethiopian, okay, Ethiopian is Kush, and like all of sub-Saharan Africa after the Egyptian conquest and Egyptian influence on Kush or Sudan. Okay, Ethiopian comes after that. Now that's why a lot of people get it confused when they try to say, well, Ethiopia is Kush, you know, and they try to make it seem as, you know, all that was taking place within the same time period. No, Ethiopia came after Kush. Okay, and I find it funny as well too, because like when we get into the meaning of the word Ethiopian. Now I usually charge for this information, but I'm going to give it for free. Now I'm going to give it for free on here. Now the Ethiopians, okay, that word Ethiopian, okay, who did the Ethiopian dwell next to? First of all, the border of Ethiopia started from where? From south of Egypt. Okay, and what were the people known as in South Egypt? The Thebans. The ancient Greeks called them Thebae. And according to the ancient Greeks and some modern writers, they will admit that the word Thebae or Thebes comes from the word ta-apet or tape, okay, which is written in the Coptic as tape, and they will admit that that word meant ta-apet. But what they don't tell you is Ethiopian it has the same sound. I mean, it has a similar sound to Thebae or Thebes. And when you break the word up, you go, it sounds like atepe, you know, with you take the H out of the T, you know, and they say Thebae means tape, Ethiopian atepe. See, but Ethiopia has more of a similar sound to ta'apet, because you see that P in Ethiopia, but you see the B is in Thebae, which they admit that Thebae means ta'apet. But Ethiopia has a similar sound to Thebae. And also Ethiopia, when it's first mentioned by Homer, it is associated with the feast of Zeus. And who is Zeus? Zeus is Amun, the feast of Amun. So they, you know, when it says that the Zeus or Amun went to feast with the Ethiopians, you know, went to feast with the Ethiopians. Okay, that is in connection with the feast of Apet, which is we know as the Apet people. So like Ethiopia, like it has more of a connection to Ta'apet, you know, and it even sounds more similar to Ta'apet than Thebes, you know. So and the reason for that is because of that great migration that took place, that great migration from Thebes, okay, that you read all up in the Medu Neter, you know, the migration and the conquest of Kush and all that southern area of Punt, okay, and and like people get it wrong, like the southern border of Egypt was not Kush or Napata. The real southern border of Egypt was Punt. Okay, now when it comes to the western border, it's kind of hard to say. You know, according to the Egyptians, they say that they reached the ends of the earth. You know, the ends of the earth. You know, we look at that. You want to be literal with that. You know, that could mean the Atlantic Ocean. You know, but we don't get too much clarity on that. You know, in the Medu Neter, because you know you're dealing with a far distant land. But when you get into the ancient records of Egypt, you know, they mention their boundaries and borders, you know, and those areas were their territories. They were there. That's what it means. That's why I disagree with like this guy Timothy Kendall, you know, who always trying to, you know, force his Kushite this Kushite thing on the 25th dynasty. You know,
hold on, brother. Timothy Kendall, I think that's the name I was looking for. Is it the one that Pan-African James told me about, the one who argues that the Egyptian civilization started in Nubia?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, feel free to continue, brother. Yes.
Yeah, see, he's always trying to push this, Kushite, the 25th dynasty with Kushite, and he's leaving out their ties to Egypt, because first of all, when you read the records of the Kushites, such as the victory stele of Pianke, he says nothing about being a Kushite, but when you read that stele, he makes it very clear that he has ties to the to the kings, to the great and powerful kings of the 18th dynasty and 19th dynasty. Even their name, they have the same name as Ramesses, Mary Amun, and names such as that. I mean, the Egyptian is all up in their names, and like and I think the main reason why, like a lot of white scholars want to want to put this Kush or Kushite label on the 25th dynasty is to to put that title, that negative title, or wretched Kush, that's mentioned in the Medu Neter, and they want to put that on the great kings of the 25th dynasty, when we clearly see that everything about them was Egyptian, and it's like and they're trying to take away their ancient Egyptian ties, and they trying to take away their connection to ancient Egypt. We can see in the temples, the temple of Napata, all up and down Sudan and the south of the Second Cataract, Egyptian temples, showing you that the Egyptians were there. Okay, and this was Egyptian territory, and they try to make it seem as these people were strictly Kushites. There were no Egyptians there, and their main reason for doing that is because they want to steal Egypt for themselves. Okay, they want, like, it has everything to do with political pride. It's all politics. The modern day Egyptians, they don't want nobody else claiming Egypt. They don't want the Sudanese. They don't want nobody else claiming Egypt. And that's the reason. And that's the reason for them doing that. Like even when you look at the borders of Egypt today, the southern border of Egypt is actually in Sudan, because it stops at where the temple of Abu Simbel is. That's south of Elephantine. The actual border of Egypt is supposed to be at Elephantine and Aswan, but they placed it in Sudan where the temple of Abu Simbel is. But their territory stretched further than that. It went all the way to Napata, and even all the way down to the land of Punt, even beyond Pata. Even beyond Napata, and that's the reason. Because because when you look at the people of Sudan, a lot of them, their living conditions are bad. They're a lot of them are poor. In their region, they living in the desert. They live in a rough life. And for these guys to come along and say, your ancestors were the Kushites, and you have no connection to Egypt. They're trying to take away their greatness. They trying to keep them down when they do that. And now when it concerns West Africa, now I'll admit that when it comes to the Medu Neter, that applies to Egypt and Kush and all that area. Okay, but when it comes to West Africa, okay, and what the ancient Greeks said, now you can't, and people make the mistake trying to merge what Herodotus said with what the Medu Neter said. You can't do that. Okay, you have to separate. You have to distinguish the two. Okay, because Herodotus, Ethiopia is different from the Kush mentioned in the Medu Neter, or the ancient records of Egypt. Okay, because Kush went from north to south. When the Egyptians went to Kush, they was going from north to south. When they went to Punt, when they sailed the Red Sea, they was going from north to south. But according to Herodotus, and I showed this text once before when the brother Wujawu was on here, I showed the text where it said Ethiopia went from east to extreme west, from east to extreme west, not from north to south. And that's Herodotus. Okay, and that's why you have to keep Herodotus within Herodotus. You can't mix with Herodotus with what the Medu Neter said, because you're gonna cause confusion and
Well,
you're
but
gonna lie to the people.
But I mean, Herodotus is circa 400 BC. So, the text of Kemet, the classical text, that's like here, what 1500 years before. So that's definitely 1,000 years prior. So there's a big difference. In terms of time period. And also population controlling the land. When Herodotus was there, then it was the Macedonians / Greeks
Yeah,
who had
yeah,
control of the territory,
yeah, and that's why like you have to separate that, because it's dealing with two different time periods. Now you always hear them say that, well, when they always speak of the Egyptians fleeing, what they say, the Egyptians, they fled to the Sudan. They didn't go to West Africa, they fled to the Sudan. No. Okay, now the Egyptians in the Sudan, they were not the Egyptians who fled. The Egyptians are in the Sudan are the Egyptians who migrated there and settled there during the time of the 18th dynasty in the New Kingdom. The Egyptians in the Sudan, that is where they came from. Okay, the Egyptians who fled after the fall of Egypt, those are the ones who went to West Africa. They came into West, they went west. Okay, I'm giving you this for free. Okay, and if you want to see me demonstrate it, you can come to my channel and become a member of my Patreon when I start posting videos. But yeah, the Egyptians who fled, they went west. Okay, and their first destination when they reached the west was the Siwa oases. And from the Siwa oases, they began to spread out into other lands, because it's all in Herodotus. Now, according to Herodotus, new migrations and discoveries took place. You hear about the Atlas Mountains, you hear about the Garamantes, places that you don't hear about in the Medu Neter. And you also hear about a journey, okay, or a voyage, a journey to the Niger River by these people called the Amunians and the Nasamunians, who lived in the Siwa oases. Okay, and that's when we began to hear of the Niger River, of the great river that flows from west to east, south of the Sahara Desert. Okay, that was this is the first time in the ancient text that we hear of the Niger River. And we know the Niger River is that long river that flows through West Africa. And that's when we began to hear of the Niger River, the Atlas Mountains, and places far west of Egypt. Okay, and this is when the ancient Egyptians, after the fall of their empire by the Assyrians, okay, that's the first time that that Egypt really took a hard fall and never recovered from that. Okay, and this is when the migration began to take place and go west, and that's why you hear in Herodotus about the Temple of Zeus or the Temple of Amun in the Siwa oasis in Libya. And that's because the Temple of Amun in Thebes or Waset was destroyed by the Assyrians. Okay, and then that's when we hear the Temple of Siwa or the Temple of Amun in Siwa took the place of the Temple of Amun in Thebes or Waset, because Thebes got destroyed. And that's when you had this migration of these people from Thebes going west. And that's why they call the west the land of Amun, or the Temple of Amun in Libya. And then it was these people who discovered the Niger River. Okay, and then when they discovered the Niger River, okay, they sent colonies there. Now, some of you may ask, well, and I get this question all the time. Well, if the ancient Egyptians went to West Africa, then why we see no Egyptian monuments? Why we see no Egyptian influence? Why? Because the Egyptians who came there, they were refugees fleeing from a destroyed empire. Okay, their empire had been destroyed. They were no longer the great superpower there was in the ancient world. That's why you see like the many temples in Sudan, in that area. because the Egyptians who were in Sudan at that time, they were the Egyptians of the mighty 18th dynasty. You know, and that's the time when they were building temples, you know, along the Nile River of Sudan. You know, and that, you know, that's when Egypt was alive. But the Egyptians who went west, you know, that's when Egypt died, and that's why you don't. And that's the main reason why you don't see Egyptian influence in the West. And you notice when you look at the Temple of Amun and Siwa, it's small. It's inferior to the Temple of Amun in Thebes or Waset. It's very small, very primitive. You know, but that's
You know,
that's
people in the chat are asking for sources. You know, a few people have been asking for sources.
yes. Sources, yeah. Go to Herodotus, okay, book 2, chapter 42. Okay. Herodotus, you know, book 3, 17 to 26. Okay, that's a good source. Go to Diodore Siculus, book 17, chapter 50 to 51. You know, it tells you that the people of Amun dwelt southwest, okay, southwest and north of the Siwa Oasis. You know, when it says southwest, it's talking about, you know, to the land of the Ethiopians. When it says the land of the Ethiopians, it's talking about far southwest, okay, extreme southwest. So you think Ethiopian, you got to think extreme, far away. You know, and that's what it's talking about. Diodore Siculus, book 17, okay, 1st century BCE, okay, Herodotus, 450 BCE, Herodotus, book 2, chapter 42, okay, Herodotus, book 3, chapter 17 to 26, okay, just read that, okay, don't listen to a scholar, okay, or a pseudo scholar that's gonna, you know, tell you otherwise. You know, because, you know, there's a lot of dishonesty going on when it comes to this subject. And but even look at the archaeology, you know, read books on the Temple of Siwa, you know, and the oases, the temples of Amun in the Karga oasis, in the Dakla oases. Okay, it is during this time where you start to see temples of Amun being built after the fall of Egypt, being built in the Western Desert, which temples did not exist in the Western Desert during the time of the New Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom. Okay, after the fall of Egypt, you see these temples being built in the Western Desert to let you know that, hey, that great migration took place. It went west.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's been 4 hours, actually 2:26 a.m. But what I propose is to let you make, to let you make your closing remarks, and then I'm going to let Afimi Wonawun make his closing remarks.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna close out and say, you know, disregard what these guys are saying when they say that, you know, don't follow these ancient writings, because, you know, when at the end of the day, if your claims are not based on ancient writings or ancient texts, it's nothing more than a theory. Okay, like when you deal with the Battle of Megiddo by Tutmos III, how do we know about that? We know that from the Medu Neter, from ancient Egyptian records. It's not made up, because it's coming from the ancient records. Okay, when you read about the victory stele of Pianke, okay, we know that because it's written on his stele. Okay, the modern Egyptians, they're not the authorities on ancient Egyptian history. The ancient Egyptians are. Okay, when you hear about the great victories of the kings of the 18th dynasty, this is not coming from the modern Egyptians. This is coming from the ancient writings of the ancient Egyptians themselves. And that's why you have to place value on these ancient writings, or otherwise what you say is nothing more than a theory. Just like the so-called the civilization in Dar Tichet, a lot of in West Africa, you know, the Nok civilization. There's many theories on that civilization, because there are no writings to show what it really says. You know, so that you know, they just make up theories. This person, these people found this civilization, you know, these people found this civilization. It's just all theories, you know, and that's why you have to respect ancient texts. You know, DNA and genetics. At the end of the day, it's nothing more than theory. You know, it's a modern day theory if it's not supported by any ancient text. And that's why I say, you know, just like you put, you know, importance and value on the Medu Neter, you have to do it with the ancient Greek writings as well. And you can't say, well, let's disregard this, you know, forget about all this ancient stuff. Let's just come up with our own terms. No, you can't do that because you're lying and you're making up stuff. Okay, and that's what these guys are doing. They're making up their own history, and they're going against the foundation, and they're going against the real history that started this whole thing in the first place. And that's, you know, you have to, you know, man up, be a scholar, you know, learn the ancient Greek language, you know, study the ancient Greek histories, you know, learn the Medu Neter, you know, and tell our people the truth and know what you're talking about. Or otherwise, you're just making up stuff. And on that, brother, that's all I gotta say. Peace.
Thank you. I've shared the brother's YouTube channel, brothers and sisters. He is here in the chat. Now he has the previous one, right? That was Radio One, but now it's Pharaoh Misraim, right?
Yes.
So Pharaoh Misraim, you have the link there in the chat. All right. Oh, thank you, Mega Rude Boy, for that super sticker. And brother, I need to see it on the screen. Afimi Wonaun, feel free to make your closing remarks.
I'm gonna go eat some dinner and cuddle up with my lady. Black folk, be good to each other.
Thank you, brother. And it's good to see you. You know, after all these years, you know, it's the second time I see you after 10 years.
I'll be in your chat. That last time was just my first time ever coming on camera, but I'll be in your chat.
But I've seen that username put in the comments though. I've seen it, but because I couldn't put a face. But yeah, that's what's up. Well, brothers and sisters, I'm going to make my closing remarks, and you know that you should know them by now. Very simple, same old thing. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a nature? Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Neter classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Medu Neter class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Medu Neter lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Medu Neter, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Medu Neter, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neter classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.